It's day two of the Somerset Champion of Champions Fours at the Hopes Dunedin Stadium. Of course, in Dunedin, the 2023 national champions are being determined over this weekend. Yesterday, Friday, we saw some wonderful action with some very tight games, and some of those who look to be favoured going into the competition just faltering at various stages. So today, a very important day as we have a look at the women's table. We're going to be watching the women's game first. And the key really is the number of games lost. So any players who've lost more than one game have lost a chance of qualifying. So we look at that. Deb White and Bev Corbett, Hinawera Bowling Club, one of the favoured teams. They've lost one, but the Bowls Hastings and Picton have both gone through unbeaten. So they've already qualified. Looking at the next group, and we see in the women we've got 17 teams competing. And here's the next group here with the Tawa team now out of contention, but North East Valley, Aramaho and Waimati, who we're going to see in action in a moment, they all still have a chance of qualifying for post-section play. These competitors are now out of contention. Right down the bottom, we see the Balfour Bowling Club from Southland, a very small Southland town. So no doubt their bowling club is a very small club, but fantastic that they got through as the Southland representatives. I'm joined today, I'm John Macbeth, and I'm joined today by Dave Edwards. Dave was, of course, joining us during the singles last weekend. And I think here in Dunedin, have you played in this centre here, Dave, or been at it a few times? It's not bad, is it?
Absolutely beautiful. It's nice to be out of the morning. Everybody, yes, look, it is a fan complex down here, and the surface is really good. It's no issues with the rinks on this particular series. Some people not favour the blue green isn't favourites with everyone, but it doesn't make any difference to how the bowl rolls, so that's for sure. But yeah, it is a fantastic complex down there. And John, if you're ever down there, have a go at the cheese rolls, mate.
Hey, I've been there. I know the cheese rolls. I'm an expert, a bit like the Prime Minister. He's on his sausage rolls. I'm an expert on the cheese rolls. And, of course, when you go to places like Gore and further south even, the cheese rolls are fantastic. So just to identify the teams here, we've got the North End team with Lindley Rogers leading and Carol Davidson is the skip there from the North End and Manawatu representatives. So they're playing in the black and white tops. The Waimati representing South Canterbury. The skip here is Mata Frankham, and the lead is Julie Robbins. It's important for South Canterbury's Waimati. They need this victory to qualify for post-section, and as we've said previously in Champion of Champions, it's not always the big, strong clubs that get through and win. And Waimati, just a town in South Canterbury, are represented here, representing South Canterbury. In the men's, it's a club from Geraldine in South Canterbury. So, you know, the smaller clubs, and I mentioned Balfour in the introduction, very small clubs, but a couple of handy bowlers here. They've got up and won their centre titles, and here they go, competing at the highest level. So this is Mata Frankham. So 18 ends.
Figure in the bowl scene, Marta. She's a popular lady around the bowls world, that's for sure. She snares the jack here. I'm not quite sure how that's going to work for her. Let's see whether she hangs on top the back bowls there.
She's one down, according to Lindley Rogers.
Yep.
But that's an indication of how dangerous she is. That jack was, you know, she wasn't going to be using any bowls to wick off. There was nothing close, so she just took the jack clean. Looking to make it 2 here, North End. And that looks to be good enough. So we'll see what Frankham does. There's a big clutter now in front of her, isn't there? So she's got to find the gap, playing on the forehand this time. Trying to come around all those bowls, and she's certainly navigated that. Now it's all down to her weight. She might well have cut out. No, she's into the ditch, is she?
Yeah, just a bit heavy, that's
Not
for
quite.
sure.
It's
So,
pretty
yes,
scattered here, isn't it?
unfortunately for North End, they are unable to qualify, but they can do the rest of the tournament a favour by beating Waimate and keeping them out of the qualifying position. As we see the last bowler then get hooked up out wide there. So let's see whether this is 1 or 2. But yes, so North End unfortunately can't qualify, but they, as I said, can do the rest of the event a favour by stopping Waimate from getting through. And of course, Waimate will be dead set keen to win this game and qualify for the post section.
Good bit of friendly chat between the two.
Yep, 2.
2, yep. So the first end then, 2 to North End. So 18 ends for these matches. We've already seen some teams qualifying. One of those was the team from Picton. We were going to see them in this particular televised match, Jenny Anderson and Helen McIsaac, but they have already won enough games and have qualified, so no need for them to play against Avril Fowler and Sue Roy of Balfour. The Balfour combination couldn't qualify, but Picton have, so there was no need for that match to be played, and so we've changed the advertised game to be this combination from Waimate and North End.
Bit of a whoopsie there from Linley, throwing the jack out of the rink. So Julie Robbins will get the opportunity to dictate the length that they want to play. Mind you, this early in the game, they probably haven't sorted out what length they favour. They may have a favourite length that they play all the time, so it gives them the advantage of being able to go to their go-to length, as we call it. You talked about
Waimate, carry on.
The teams that have qualified. So it's at this stage there are just the 3 teams that are qualified, but we've got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams, 6 teams that 5 teams actually that can make it still. So 5 or 6 teams that have got crucial games on the go on the other rinks on the green here. But yes, as John mentioned, we're focusing on this one as a toucher here. First bowl from Linley Rogers. She'll be happy with that. Probably just going a little bit. She was lucky that she did run into the jack, but still very good result for her. So yeah, the teams that have qualified already: Chris Telford and Michelle Robinson from Bowles Hastings, Jenny Anderson and Isaac from Picton, as John mentioned, Deb White and Bev Corbett. And then the teams that are still vying to get through: Marie Gadsby Carchi from Fitzroy. They can't make it. Sorry, they've played their 5 games. So we go down to the teams that have only played 4. Sarah Scott and Bronwyn Stevens, they need to win this last game that they're playing now, as does Reen Ballas and Carolyn Tasker. And then we've mentioned this game here: Marta Frankham and Julie Robbins need this game to qualify as well. So we'll try and keep you up to date with the other scores around the boards if we get the opportunity. But another good bowl here from Linley Rogers, and she's holding 2 nice shots.
And Julie Robbins wasn't far off with her first, so as this is end rink, so we see sometimes they just hang a wee bit. She was not too far off with that green. Certainly 2 to North End's Linley Rogers, the lead.
Just yesterday, it was interesting that there was no favourite hand. It seemed, John, that no particular side of the rink was favoured by the teams yesterday. I think that when we talk about this being a ditch rink, it's probably not quite your normal ditch rink, because it's actually in some distance from the ditch. So normally when players play on the ditch hand, they'll try that ditch hand, because normally ditch hands can be quite favourable and sweet to use. But as I said, neither side of the rink was favoured yesterday, so we'll see how that develops throughout the day today.
There'll be a few nerves with these players too. Suddenly being thrust into the TV rink, they wouldn't have expected that. I noticed there that Marta Frankham asked her lead, Julie Robbins, to change hands. She'd been playing that, her forehand, the ditch side, so got her to change. And this is only the second end, so there'll be a bit of settling down. So we'll be showing you 3 matches today. Next up will be a men's game. There is one advertised, but it again all depends on what the situation is with regards to qualifying. This here is Carol Davidson, the skip of North End.
She'll be just looking to consolidate and get something in behind. Yeah, good thinking. Just holding 2 good shots at the moment. So we talk about that holding pen area just in behind the jack. That's probably gone a little bit further than she would have wanted, but anything behind it's still in play. Whereas the short bowls, 99 times out of 100, the short bowls never have any influence on the game. Very, very rarely and occasionally you do see the jack go back up the green, but it is a rarity. So
I think she'll be quite happy with that weight, actually. Once she saw Marta's first bowl and she saw what Marta did on the first end, you know, she obviously quite comfortable playing the upshot. Marta Frankham, the skip for Waimati. But here's another nice bowl going in. I think they're holding 3 here.
Yep, I'd say so.
Change of hand.
I mean, a change of idea, although she's still playing with a little bit of weight. She's going to get hooked up on that last bowl. But did get a run through.
I think what made a change of hand too, Dave, was that last one of Carol Davidson's just sat out on the wing, didn't it? It gave her a little target. And she saw that was, potentially a better shot than what she'd tried previously.
It was a good conversion shot. She's reduced it to just the 1 now, 1 down. So, and she's given herself a couple of little options there as well, with her own bowl being second shot and it being sitting right beside the shot bowl. There's an opportunity for her to play with just a similar weight to what she had last time, make contact on her own bowl, or actually sit the shot bowl square, or get the little split between the 2 of them would probably be the dream result for her.
Yeah, that could produce 2, couldn't it? If she gets it right.
Just asking a few questions of her lead.
Here we go. Last bowl of the second end. Down 1, looks to be a bit tight here. Just have a look at that weight of hers, though, Dave. That would have been good weight, wouldn't it, too? You know, maybe just a bit shy, but
maybe a bit shy. Another metre of weight.
Yep,
the one it is.
Well, as a South Islander, Dave, you'd know exactly where Waimati is, and it's exactly where I grew up. And I drove through Waimati only a matter of 3 or 4 weeks ago when I was on my way to Kurau for the Kurau Rugby Club's 125th Jubilee. Had a fantastic weekend there, and Kurau is my birthplace, so I know the area well. And Waimati is one of those places that you sort of have to go there, don't you? It's off the main highway. So if you're wanting to head from, say, Timaru, it's about 50 kilometres south of Timaru on the way to Dunedin. But if you're heading straight down State Highway 1, you have to deviate to go to Waimati. So it's a place of destination, isn't it?
It is, and I have to apologise profusely, John, because I've never taken that deviation off the State Highway 1 into Waimati. I've never been in there. Much to the consternation of a couple of my mates too, because they were born down in that area, and so no, I unfortunately haven't taken the off the beaten track?
Well, it's worth it. You know, it's one of those towns in New Zealand that was, you know, a rural place where, you know, a lot of big farming area around it. Now almost the headquarters for Wallaby in New Zealand. But population, I think, was about, I don't know, 3,500 or something. I remember from back in the last census. So, and what I like about it is people will be thinking, Waimate, why does that ring a bell? Waimate. Well, Norm Kirk, Prime Minister from 72 to 75 or whatever it was famous because he lived in Waimate and, you know, put the place on the map. And when I was growing up in Timaru, we used to travel down there for some fantastic athletic events. I remember Peter Snell and John Davies and those sort of runners competed there, and they had the Waimate 50 motor races. They were absolutely phenomenal, getting all the top drivers, not just from New Zealand, but overseas as well, street racing in Waimate. So yeah, it was a real hub, and it's another of those small towns in the country which is slowly rejuvenating itself. Lots of nice cafes and I know a couple of good pubs down there. So it's worth a deviation, everyone. When you're traveling down, just take that little turn off and head into Waimate, and you pop out again on the State Highway 1, or you go through to Kurau and over Danzies Pass and into Naseby and places like that. Back to the bowls, though. People will be saying, stop waffling, John. Tell us what's happening in the bowls.
No, very interesting. And it was because Norm Kirk, I remember, he was a train driver, wasn't he, originally? That was his first job before he got into politics.
I believe it. He was certainly involved in that. Yeah.
Good last bowl there from Julie Robbins from Waimate, drawing the shot. Jack level there. And it's a little bit difficult for us today. That we can see that there are some stickers on the North End bowls. Yesterday we had the red and blue stickers, but today it looks like they've stuck with their club ones. So Waimate, you've got those. You can see at the bottom of the screen those two bowls. That's the discs of the North End. The North End.
Yeah.
And not easy to distinguish between the two, to be fair.
No. The only one I can distinguish really is this one coming down because it's a different colour. That's the purple bowl of Carol Davidson. And
she did well there because she knocked Leeds bowl into a very, very good position, and it could very well be another counter. So I think they might be holding two shots at the moment. See if Marta Frankham can change that.
Not a bad track.
She's in the area here.
Yeah,
well,
that'll be
definitely
shot, possibly.
Just that one now. Yep. So Carol David on the forehand. She'll be just looking to repeat her last effort, which was a very good bowl to promote her leads bowl into good counting position. Now she's tried to do the same thing onto her up there, but quite. Yeah. So at the moment, Marta will be one down.
Lindley, could you stand inside the ring, please? Thank you.
So Lindley Rogers down at the far end of the rink. Obviously, some people like to use certain markers on the bank, the rink pegs, etc., to get their line. And so Marta obviously was standing in her line there, so just politely asking for her to shift in. And it's worked the oracle for her, because look at this for a bowl. What a great bowl that
that's
is.
Very good. Very good.
Hold out on that wide side again. Oh, it didn't actually. It came back to the centre line just a foot or two too heavy. So Marta Frankham in the position of holding shot here, and she's got a free hit at getting a second. It's not easy, this one, though, because she hasn't got a lot of room to get that second shot. It just has to repeat her second bowl. that, and she's not on a bad line again here. Has she got the running? Oh,
Well,
close.
Yeah. Oh, taken out too.
Oopsie. Now,
No, sure.
yeah, now that fooled me because I thought...
Yeah. So that was
so once
obviously...
again, this is where we're having a little bit of difficulty with those bowls, not having the coloured stickers on them like we did yesterday. But so I misread that one. Apologies, folks.
3. Well, 2 good final bowls there by Marta Frankham, just making the most of that initial one by Julie Robbins. So from being 3-0 down, it's now 3-all. And this is Waimate against North End, with Waimate, the South Canterbury representatives, needing to win this. They've won 2 already. North End cannot qualify, which makes them a dangerous team.
It does. The play with freedom and play with no pressure and just nice and loose. And you're right, they can be very dangerous. And Waimate will be settling into things and wanting to give it their best shot to try and qualify.
So there's 27 centres around the country, so there's only 17 representatives here, which is, I mean, I suppose it's a bit understandable. It's a bit of an effort to get from some places to Dunedin, but as the South Island teams will say, well, you know, last week we went up to Hastings, and it's a costly exercise no matter what you do, where you come from, I mean. So it's Hastings and Dunedin. Hastings next weekend for the, oh no, Dunedin next weekend for the triples, isn't it? Yes, so back down to Dunedin.
Yep, and then off to Auckland the weekend after that for the fours.
Yeah.
Good opening bowl from Julie there, nicely, just a couple of feet behind the jack, but she's got her line nailed. So it's a good opening bowl. Whereas Linley's just sprayed hers a little bit wide. It was one of the comments I made yesterday, John, that one of the disappointing things in one of the games that we did yesterday was that all 4 players really struggled to get their line. Now, you know, I've spoken in the past about how this game is so easy and we complicate the hell out of it, but it's so easy. All you need to do is send the bowl down the correct line at the correct speed. And we can see once again here, Julie has done pretty well with her line again, which is good signs. If you can nail your line, then the speed will come. But what disappointed me yesterday in one of those games was that people, throughout the whole game, they really struggled to nail their line, and that's the easier part of the equation. So it's good to see that Julie has latched onto her line. She can now just start focusing. She knows the line. Looks like she can trust her delivery to hit the line, and now it's just immersing herself in how fast do I bowl this thing. So now I put the commentator's hex on it because she's thrown one out wide.
Yeah, what she's done is
weight.
she's perfect weight, exactly. Getting half it right all 3 times.
Yep.
So when in pairs, Dave, it's worth 3 bowls each. Lead's job obviously is to start building. The skip won't be wanting those short bowls up there. They're of nuisance value and not likely to come into play. But those couple that we can see now just behind the jack are sort of where your skip would be saying, thank you, that's ideal.
Absolutely, yep. It's one of the key things of the 3x3 format for pairs is that first and foremost, I think sometimes leads can get sucked, get focused on, I've got to have the shot, I've got to have the shot, I've got to have the shot. Well, that's not the case. I mean, you ask 90% of the skips in the country, what would you rather be? Have 3 real good handy seconds and be 1 down, or have the shot and 2 other bowls sprayed all over the place? I know which, they'll say, give me 3 good seconds any time. And so sometimes, as we see a very good bowl here from Marta. She sits the shot bowl out and stays there herself for shot. But yeah, sometimes leads can get carried away with and become obsessed with having the shot on the changeover, and you see sometimes chopping and changing their hand because they feel they can't get this bowls in their way of getting. Well, just stick to one side of the rink as a lead and just draw, and get bowls as handy to the jack as you can. You don't. It's not 100% necessary to have the shot at the changeover. So. Just keep an eye on that and make sure that the leads don't become obsessed with having the shot, as Marta looks to be on track again for another good bowl here. Just not quite going to roll it. I think that'll be a counter, though. I think that'll be 2.
Yeah, and also it's of nuisance value. So
yeah,
Carol needs to get
that's
around
still an
that.
effective bowl. Yeah, even though it's a little bit short, it's still an effective bowl because it's not short, and it's yeah, as you see, it's a bit of a nuisance value for Carol. As you see, has she got the running now? Not quite going to get there either. So I think it's still 2 to the Waimate pair. Hopefully, I'm reading those bowls better than I did on the last end, John.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking 1, and now, but I'm the bowl she set out was it? Yes, no, the bowl she set out was, I think, the opposition. So, but that her second one looked to be in the count as well, and this might be in the count also, unless she goes on the wrong side of that last bowl from Carol. No, or she might get a wee feather off here and come up. No, not enough weight.
Not enough weight, drop short. So. Carol now look under a little bit of pressure, 2 down. Just needs to navigate either side of Marta Frankham's second shot out there on the finish, and she should draw the shot. So might have just thrown it out a little bit wide. Let's see if it'll come back. It's trying hard. Oh, not quite. Beautiful speed she had.
Oh, she got it with that last. I presume it was the last.
Must have been the last bowl, yeah.
Yeah.
Camera angles can be deceiving, that's for sure, but that looked like, yep, it must have just made it to get the shot. So a very, very good last bowl from Carol Davidson.
So the jack comes down. We've had 4 ends now, and it's north end from Manawatu, leading by 4-3 over the Waimate combination from South Canterbury. They are the South Canterbury Pairs champions for 2023, and North End, the Manawatu champion of champion winners. A bit of conversation going on between players from different rinks. This is a fantastic facility. We had the Inter-Island North versus South down here early in the season, and there were a lot of players who hadn't been to the Hopes Dunedin Stadium, named Hopes. It's a funeral director in this area, funeral business, and they were all, most players who hadn't been here were, first of all, as you mentioned early, taken aback with the colour of the surface, it being blue, but then they were certainly impressed with the menu in the restaurant, which included this cheese rolls, as you said, but really well run. We've got a manager down in the area who is doing a really good job. The number of players from different clubs who are, I suppose, associate members here, so they use it when their facilities aren't available because of through winter. This place really hums along. It's a fabulous facility, and I know we talked last week, Dave, about, and Mark Noble as well was with us, talking about the value of indoor facilities for bowls now, because players do want to play all year round, and something like this is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, you're right. It really is, and we're slowly but surely getting in this. We've got a few around the country, and there's talk of a few more popping up as well. And then there's the other option of where it's not completely enclosed, but you've got the roofs over the top of the greens, which some of the clubs in Auckland have done as well. And as we see, a very good bowl there from Lindley Rogers, jack level, just a foot or so wide of the jack. So that looks like it'll be the shot. Yeah, so there is, Christchurch are talking about it, and I know that even here, even in little old Nelson Town where I'm from, there has been discussions. Nothing concrete happening in that regard at the moment, but there is, discussions around the country, various places, to get more facilities like this.
Well, as the players change over, it's North End holding shot, those the shiny black bowls of Lindley Rogers. She's certainly got one. The sort of black speckled bowls belong to Julie Robbins of Waimate. I'll be interested to see when we've been looking at Mata Frankham playing some. She's willing to change her hand all the time. She plays with weight. She draws perfectly. Be interesting to see what she does in this situation. Just one down. She's standing there looking at the head, but also aware that Carol Davidson has the first bowl here, playing on the forehand. Chucking it out. It looks to be a long way out there, but she's played this hand a few times. Just a bit wide this time, but not bad weight. Now, will Marta use that shot bowl to the right as we look at it? That's what she tends to be one of those thinkers of the game of, here's my options. I can draw it dead. I can inside edge that and flick it out and settle for two. And here she comes now. Looks to be pretty good, Dave.
On a very good track here. On a very, very good track. What a great bowl. She's made two of it. Just touched the jack over to her leads bowl, so very, very good bowl. And it was the right option, as you were saying, John. She just needed to, she had a few options there to, as you said, get the inside edge of the shot bowl or just beat it on the draw. And that's what she did, was beat it. It was a good target for her just to drop underneath it. And she played it superbly. You see Carol's on a very good line here to disrupt things as well. She's got the jack herself. What a bowl. What a bowl. Yeah. She's a little bit unlucky. It's gone through to that, to the Lindley Rogers bowl, and to the Julie Robbins bowl, unfortunately. But a very, very good reply from Carol Davidson. So that's where we talk about the value of having those bowls just in that holding pen area, just that couple of 3 feet behind the jack, and that was where...
Prime example, it really was, wasn't it? You know, we were talking about leads bowls and how they're better off over the jack, and here we go with Marta able to promote the other one of her leads, and does so almost perfectly. She's looking at a possible 2 or 3 here, but hard to gauge from the camera angle. So the purple bowl with the white chalk on it, the spray, is the Carol Davidson's bowl, so you can see why Lindley Rogers is suggesting she comes through there, because she can just push that up for a shot.
Or option B is that she just comes and lands on the shot bowl itself and pushes it out. So looks to be a bit tight. Yeah, no, she just played that narrow and didn't like it, turned her back on it pretty early in proceedings.
So holding 2, she said.
Not sure whether it was just holding 1 or we'll see at the end, but they definitely got the shot. So Carol, when she trailed the jack, was unlucky that she didn't really stick with it. But once again, the value of that back bowl, and it as a very, very good bowl coming in from Marta here. What a great bowl that is. She didn't have much room to draw another shot, and she's done it. So there's 2 taken out already.
I think we'll see a measure, will we? Yep.
So Marta Frank, a very, very experienced player. She's been around for a number of years and has fashioned a pretty good record in the sport. So no surprise to see her be able to draw another one there where she didn't have a lot of room, but she played it superbly well.
3.
Yeah. 3 it is.
So the Waimate combination going up in 3s. They've won 2 ends and they've got 6. We've had 5 ends played, and it's Waimate needing this to win. Marta Frankham the skip and Julie Robbins the lead. They're leading by 6-4.
So the 18 ends it is. We got close to 18 ends, and there is also that 2-hour time limit still in play as well. So we got very close to getting the 18 ends in yesterday. I think 17 ends we got in once, and maybe 16 ends in the other games that were played. So that's another little thing that the players have to be aware of, and just keeping an eye on that clock as they get close to that 2-hour time limit. Julie on the forehand. And looks like she may have missed her line a little bit wide here. So I'll be keen for these players to start nailing the line, John. As I mentioned yesterday, I was a bit frustrated watching some of the play yesterday where players weren't able to get the easier part of the equation consistently, and that is as the line. And Lindley's done the same thing and pushed hers out a bit wide. So I'll be looking to improve in that area of the game.
She's made the correction. Marta claps.
Very much so.
She likes this one.
Very much so. Much better bowl. Very good. Lindley's made a good adjustment here too with her line. Just going through a little bit, but that's in that nice spot that we talk about in the holding pen. Just that couple of 3 feet behind the jack. Anywhere in there, you're always in the game. Well, now we've missed our line on the narrow side.
Yeah. It's frustrating, isn't it? That's we talk about muscle memory, don't you? You know, right, I've nailed it this time. I know exactly where I've got to put it. That's my line, and nail it. So she'll be really disappointed. A spray, she has got the shot, but she hasn't got the same quality of bowl behind, directly behind the jack as she did on the last end.
I think the disappointing thing, or the frustrating thing for both of those leads there, was that most of their bowls, well, they had the right and part that's the hardest of the two, and they were missing their line. So good bowl here once again. Marta Frankham just touching the jack. Good line here again from Carol. She's right in the area again. Yep, that's a very, very good bowl. Nice bowl, and hasn't fattened up at all.
Marta Frankham. She's, I think, pretty much a record holder in South Canterbury with the number of titles she's won. She's played a lot with Julie Robbins, her lead, winning centre titles in pairs, and she's won a lot of singles titles and fours as well. Probably up around the 40 centre titles, Dave. She's been, you know, really classy performer in South Canterbury.
Absolutely, and it's amazing the number of players that we get coming to these events that have got these massive number of centre titles. So,
Yeah.
you know, they've very, very good players for sure. Just ducking underneath the head, she would have been looking to make contact to her own bowl there. Just asking Marta, just asking Julie there if she can, any danger in changing her hand. Too wide, she said straight away. Last bowl of the sixth end, remember, is 18 end game or 2-hour time limit, as we mentioned earlier. One it is to the Waimate pair.
So the Waimate combination, Marta Frankham, Julie Robbins, they had their 2 wins so far in the tournament. And to win this would be enough to qualify them for the post-section play here at the Hopes Dunedin Stadium. It's the Somerset Champion of Champion Peers. We've got 4 weekends of outstanding bowls and so much of it covered here through the Bowls New Zealand broadcast team.
Interesting that they're playing, but most of the lengths have been, you know, on the shorter side of things, short and medium, and this is a shorty, and neither side changed that when they've got them. Just see how the game progresses.
So it's the length that Julie Robbins enjoys. Let's see what her line is like this time. I notice that she's playing forehand both ways, and yet early on she played probably her tightest end was when she played the backhand, but she knows what she's up to. She playing the forehand, and if she's comfortable there, it's absolutely fine. She's got the weight perfect and not too bad either from Lindy Rogers.
Yeah, we recommend that you try and play the same side of the rink as the lead, go up and down the same side, so forehand in one direction and backhand going back the other way, and that way you're playing on the same piece of real estate, and so you can get the speed of that hand, you know, that side of the green, you can get the speed. But then there are some players, and it's not necessarily a good thing, there are some players who just really love one particular hand, a forehand or a backhand, whichever it is, and so they'll clock and play their favoured hand, which is, look, it works for most people, and really recommended way we go, as we see a very, very good bowl here from Linley Rogers, just trailing the jack round the corner.
Is it, as we're indoors, there's not that shouldn't be the same sort of variation as you find outdoors?
No, but even still, if you the surfaces indoors are normally either they're all pretty, and outdoor greens, you know, there might be a couple extra green patches on one side of your rink versus the other side, so if you can play up and down the one side, it's the favourite option. But yeah, on the indoors tends to be not those variations. But it's not, like as I say, people favour their particular hands, and I mean there's even some New Zealand players that springs to mind immediately. Andrew Curtin, he was played for New Zealand as a lead for years, and he just the backhand was his go, and that's it. You know, end of story. No correspondence entered into, and he won a world title doing that. So you know there is instances, but where possible, it's good if you can use both hands, and not so much. Not as Andrew proved, it's not vital when you're a lead. It tends to be that you get a free run at the jack, and so you can do
look at this.
what you feel comfortable doing. So very, very good opening bowl from Marta Frankham again. So far, she's been early days in we're only a third of the way through the game, but she's been the star of the show so far.
Just putting the pressure on her opponent, Carol Davidson from North End. So the jack has moved a bit when Lindley Rogers picked it up and trailed it half a metre or so. So it's moved across to the side, and Carol Davidson aware of that, but just didn't quite pick that green that she needed. Well, well, we'll see what happens. Yeah, no, and we'll see how bad it was, eh? Oh, she's actually might have drawn the shot. Oh, not quite.
Not quite. She, but a good sign, a player when they know immediately that she knew she hadn't missed a line by much there. She was very, very close to drawing another shot, as you said, but she knew she wasn't exactly where she needed to be, and that's why she showed a little bit of disgust in the bowl after it had left her hand.
So when you miss by such a small amount, and yet she picked it right from the match, you know that that's a person who can judge really accurately.
Yep.
She's got that bowl to the right, which will be a good line for her. She
just asked Julie who had the shot, and Julie said, "Oh, there's a measure." So Marta will know that if she just taps her own bowl on the wing there or beats it, just draws inside it, then she will definitely have the shot. She's cut that green again.
Look at the weight, though. So
yeah,
she's nailing at least 50% of it.
So interesting to see that Carol should be looking to try and play with just a foot or two of weight to that wing bowl of Marta Frankham's to try and sit it through and stay there, but she's going to go right round it. Unlucky there not to have made contact with it and shoved it through the head, but now we get the measures out here, I think, to see who has got the shot, whether it is that wing bowl of Marta Frankham's or whether the Lindley Rogers bowl that trailed the jack round the corner managed to hang on for shot. Let's see what the result of the measure is. And it looks like Marta won the day. She drew the shot, so yes, extends their lead now.
8-4 after 7 ends. It's 18 ends or 2-hour time limit. Somerset, fantastic supporters of bowls in New Zealand, not just at national level, but at clubs around the country as well. So Julie Robbins, we'll see the length she goes for this time. Again, shortish, we imagine. She seems to be happy with that, and Marta lets her go where she likes to.
Happy to throw it long, yeah. No, looks like it's another shorty. Even checking to see whether this one's up. They're having a bit of a look to.
Now, when you're looking at a 2-hour time limit, Dave, we would spend 15 seconds each end, straightening the jack up, you know. Like this is a prime example. That took a while to line it up, and I don't know whether Julie Robbins is actually convinced that it's on the centre line now, but it's probably because there is no centre line. There are a couple of dots here we can see.
Yeah, I think but when they throw the jack a little bit longer, there is some marks on the green for the centre line.
Yeah.
But because they've thrown it so short, as she opens with a pretty good bowl here, just a foot or so, 18 inches short. But yeah, because they've thrown it so short, there's no centre line markings that far up the green. So real baby length ends we're playing here. But all four players seem to be happy with that, and it'll be interesting to see, though, if North End do win an end soon, whether they might make a change as far as the length is concerned, having dropped the last 3 in a row.
And you'll be sure that other teams are taking notice of it, even when you're playing in another rink, as we can see there are some other rinks in action here. There'll be people just noting that, look, that Waimate crew, and they like the short ends. If we play them, you know, it all goes into the brain, doesn't into the memory bank.
Sure does, and it's an important part of the game too, you know. Definitely keep an eye out on what your opposition like doing as far as this is concerned. It is of an important scouting part of the game.
Might see her on the backhand this time.
Yeah, she was just asking Marta for some information about the backhand track there. She's wanting to switch her hand. Maybe it's having that visual bowl out there on the wing is quite often a good guide for you. You can use that just looking to work underneath that bowl, and she's played it pretty well here. What a great bowl that is from Julie Robbins. Very, very well played. So to her eye, that bowl on the wing just looked like a good guide for her, and so she played it brilliantly. Asked Marta if she can change her hand and play down there, and she played it awesomely well.
See, and another just watching there. Sorry, Dave. Is that you know, in a time game? See, we saw that Lynley Rogers played her last bowl there, and they both players, and she dictates, stood on the mat until the bowl had come to an end. And you know, as clubs, a lot of us are encouraging players to. It won't affect your bowl if you start walking after it, and you save quite a bit of time. You can save, you know, 6 or 7 minutes in a 2-hour game if you're off the mat when you've played your last bowl as a lead. Just follow it up.
Good point, and it's one of the contentious issues with a time limit game is you know, like the gamesmanship around time wasting, and it has been an issue, and it's been an issue at international level as well. And one of the drawbacks of time limit, it does open the door for a little bit of gamesmanship. And definitely these ladies are not doing that. It's just that they're playing the way they normally play the game. But it is something you need to be mindful of when you are playing time limit game, to just be aware. And a good bowl here. She knocked her. You see, she's knocked Lynley Rogers' bowl in for shot. Great result there for Carol.
Sometimes with that, it's being unaware of what you're doing. I mean, you stand there and watch it, and you don't even remember that you've had the last bowl, you know. And if your opponent says, "Are you happy to walk?" You know, "You happy to walk up after this?" They'll say, "Oh yeah, sorry, well, let's go." Yeah, it's just an awareness thing sometimes. Well, she wasn't far off that, was she? Gosh,
she wasn't. That was a great attempt, looking to sit the shot bowl and stay there for 2. She just tried to get just grazed past the edge of it. Very good option from Marta. She's had 1 go at it now, so she knows the little adjustment that she needs to make. And this is a key thing for Marta here too, and we talk about this a lot in the sport as well. When you've just missed like that, it's a matter of making sure you only change one thing. So either change the speed that you played the bowl or the line. Don't change both things. So Marta, I would imagine, would try and play with the same speed here and just cut her line by a bowl or so, but she looks like she's thrown it out a bit wide. She's not happy with that one.
Oh, yeah.
Too often when we make an adjustment, we adjust two things when really we only need to adjust one of them. When we're trying to play a shot like that, just focus. If you've just missed, right, what am I going to change? Am I going to change the speed that I played the shot, or am I going to keep that same speed and change the line? So, North End, get a shot back and move to 5, just 8-5 now it is, and it'll be interesting. Let's watch now and see what happens with the length that Lindley Rogers throws. Does she make a change to the length, or are they all happy playing the shorter length ends?
So they've gone 3 ends without scoring. They were up by 4-3. 3 ends later, they were down 8-4. Now they've picked up a single, and it's 8-5. It didn't look to be going directly down the line, so it might be that Waimate get to dictate the length anyway.
Yeah, just a bit rough letting that jack go. And another interesting part of the game, jack throwing, and it is something that it is a skill, and it is something that as they're checking now to see whether it's actually in, and it is. But there are great stories around about the days when you first started playing. And I remember I can relate to these stories about the grumpy old skips who would stand exactly where they wanted the jack delivered to, what length they wanted it to, and if it went
Yeah.
a foot or 18 inches either side of where they were standing, you got a severe telling off. And so it was something that as junior players we used to practice it, just get a bucket of jacks out and just practice throwing to different lengths so that we wouldn't upset our grumpy skips up the other end when it came to match day. So and it is an important part of the game. You see at international level, you see sometimes any game, singles, pairs, triples or fours, where a lead will note exactly where their mat is playing in one direction in relation to a weed or something on the green, and they'll make sure they stick it in exactly the same spot and throw the jack to exactly the same spot if that's the length that they've been playing. So, and they can do it. And it's an important part of the game. And sometimes I think modern day players, we don't put enough emphasis on the importance of jack throwing.
And you'll find that some skips are happy in general for the lead to put the jack where they feel comfortable with. But when it comes to that, the top quality games, high competition, sometimes the accuracy of the jack delivery and placement can have a major effect on a particular end and therefore a game. So they might be grumpy old skips, and I think they always were. I don't know where they all are now, Dave. But when your skip wants it to a certain place, it's for a reason. Yeah.
Yep. Lindley will be just a little bit disappointed with her first 2 bowls. She didn't get them up there, but one she muttered and got the shot out of it. Could have even brought in one of her 2 shorts as well.
Now you see that's different. You see, she had the second to last bowl, Lindley Rogers, and she was on the move pretty much as soon as Julie Robbins played hers, and she turned to Julie and said, "You happy to go?" And they did. So it's just sort of an awareness. That's a very good last bowl too.
Absolutely outstanding. And one thing, can I comment straight away? While we've got this picture on the screen, look at line taking. Yeah. Only one bowl that's mid-line. The rest of them are finally. So hopefully now these leads are starting to nail their lines, and that's what you like to see. Bowls finishing on the centre line like that. Perfect.
A regular sighted bowls events around the country are the lifters. You see that Carol Davidson uses one, and often it's because for all sorts of reasons, bending down and picking up a bowl is not the most comfortable thing. Oh, that's nice.
Very, very good from Carol there. Still 1 to the Waimate team, and no doubt Marta will be trying to add to that. She's on a pretty good line as well. And it's in the area, this one. Oh, just going to pull up short. Got the line right again, though.
Yes, a little bit of the knowledge that if she did, maybe, it looks as though if she just sat on that shot bowl, she might give the shot away, and sometimes you're a little bit cautious. Well, this has gone wide.
Yeah, I think sometimes we can be a bit too tentative when it comes to that. Sometimes you're better off, playing the shot that maybe the opposition are looking to play and just changing the head a little bit. And yes, whilst we are fearful of giving the shot away, sometimes I think we need to eliminate those thoughts from our head and be confident what we're playing, and don't berate ourselves if we do give it away, as Marta was not having that one. Once again, she'd got her line, but obviously felt she pushed it too far. And
she sets herself high standards, no doubt about that. As that wing ball, it is could come into play. That one just to the right, the one that we said is the only one that has
close here. What a great bowl! What a great bowl! Dead drawn it. What a superb bowl that was. Julie going into study and just see who's got the shot, but it looks like that awesome bowl of Carol's might have got the shot. Yes, Julie's indicating that they are 1 down to that brilliant bowl from Carol Davidson, the purple bowl that we can see there nestled up against the jack. So Marta will just be playing the 4 inch. She may have pushed this out a little bit wide, but just looking to make a little contact on the jack, but she was far too wide for what she was after there. So
very good bowl from Carol Davidson with her last, gives the team from North End and Manawatu another single. Oh, are they going to are going to have a measure? Okay, so calling in the umpire.
This will need the feeler gauges, this one, John.
Yeah. And the chocks. Umpire walks in saying, "Oh, thanks very much." But good on them. Thanks very much for clearing all those other bowls out, because that's important. They've got them right down there. They get out of the road and let the umpire just do her thing.
Here comes the chocks that you were talking about, just to make sure that none of the bowls move or fall over while she's doing her measuring.
Is that a handy little toolbox she's got there, is it?
A little carry box with her little instruments in it. Some great stories about back in the day, John, too, when first I remember back we had a player umpire one day when I not long into the game, early years of my playing, and we had player umpires, and so of course you had to call them over from a couple of rinks away, and we'd completed the end. I'd measured, was too close for me to call. The other third in the team had got down, and he had a go at it too, and he said, no, we're going to have to get an umpire. The umpire came over from 2 rinks away, stood over the top of the bowls and just kicked one of them out and said, that's the shot, and walked off over back to his game. And we are sitting there, mouths wide open, saying, holy Jesus, what's going on here? So we we just quietly mutually agreed that we'd call it a dead end and replay the end rather than. So.
Yeah. Well, it looks like she's just moved the calipers slightly wider to get it in between the purple and the yellow jack. Constantly these days referred to as Jack rather than Kitty, eh? And often people say, "Oh, yeah, but it's Kitty for women." And no. I think pretty much it's universally known as the Jack now.
Yep. It's known by quite a lot of other names, some of them unmentionable. So on occasion.
Yeah, that's right. That bloody yellow thing.
Yep.
So knocking out the purple bowl, which was Carol Davidson's excellent shot, and it is 8-6 now after 9 ends. Here it goes. It's a delightful shot.
This was a beautiful bowl, an absolute ripper. Look at that. She had no room to move whatsoever and drew it absolutely cold. Beautiful bowl. Yeah, canary. It's called the canary. Put the canary in the cage. I've heard people talk about that. In other words, drive the jack in the ditch. So there's, and as I said, there's a few other unmentionable ones that, as it looks like this time, we're a little bit longer. We've got a little bit longer length end we're playing here.
They often talk about the advantage if you've put the jack down, then that weight is in your mind, in your arm, and you should be able to get your first one reasonably close. I don't agree with that at all.
I tend not to either, John. I tend to back you up on that, but some people do. They swear by it, and that's fine. It works for them, you know. But especially, I struggle with it a little bit, especially with these indoor jacks, which are a little bit heavier. So, I tend to agree with you that I don't really know that it gives you a great deal of benefit, but some people swear by it, and now I'm happy to run with that. If they feel that, then you go for it. We see both the players here with the slightly longer end. Their first bowls, they were caught out and dropped them short. And Lindley has made a bit of an adjustment, but still finished short of the jack.
Julie happy to play the backhand, even though she sees that the shot bowl is probably in that line. But it's quite short, still probably, I don't know, almost a metre, over half a metre short. Now there'll be a real effort by both these players now to be at least up to the jack, if not over the jack, and over the jack will be fine.
Yeah, I talked yesterday actually about it, John, that one of the things that we used to work on too was the situation on less. I'll tell you what I was going to, the third bowl lead and the first bowl of the skip should always be up. And the reasoning behind that, like, there are exceptions to the rule, but it was a rule that we used to try and really work with, that your third bowl of the lead, regardless of what had happened but hopefully the lead had that shot and maybe even another handy one, and then definitely make sure you get one deep. And then the reason why you want the skip's first bowl to be up is basically to give them the feel of that length, you know, so that make sure you arrive with your first bowl, and then I think generally it's easier to take speed off of a bowl than what it is to put it on. So third bowl of the lead and first bowl of the skip should always be up. And as I said, there are exceptions to all rules, but it was a good one that we used to use quite regularly in pairs games.
Yep.
Just waiting for the next door rink obviously playing at the same time, and it can just catch the corner of your eye, so just waiting until they were finished.
So
Carol
Davidson
to add to the
Yeah, fresh from playing a blinder in the last end. Had her line pretty good, just needed another metre, would have taken it up to within range of the jack. So Marta Frankham, who's the skip for this Waimate combination.
Skips have had a ding-dong battle, actually. They've been
Yeah.
both played some very important big bowls in the game. As we see
Here's
Marta
one here
about to
too.
play another one here. Here's another one coming in. She just rode off of the shot bowl of Linley Rogers and stayed there for shot.
Right, you can see flicking her arm out saying I'm not wide enough. But if she had the weight, there's a lot of short stuff there that could actually prove beneficial for her, but she didn't have the weight and she'll be disappointed. Here goes Marta making her decision. Just licking the fingers. So experienced combination, when you play together in pairs a lot, then Marta knows to trust what Judy Robbins is telling it.
She's got a bit of a jungle to get through here. She's not going to do it. She's going to run into one of those. Very, very ugly head for the skips, this one. Very ugly head for the skips. Looks horrible from the mat. Both hands with bowls in the way. And that's as a result of the fact that this is a little bit longer and the leads got caught out and dropped a number of bowls short.
Might hit her own up.
This one's in the area here. Oh, she may have got the shot out of that. Let's see. Yes, she did get the shot out of it. A little bit lucky with the result, but she was definitely in the area. Marta looking to attack this head now with a bit of weight.
She's got the shot. She's got the shot. Unlucky. Yeah. It might have worked against her rather than just one down. We'll see what happens here. The jack stayed in.
Yep.
One down, only one, so she went from 1 to 1, but almost took it out clean. And Marta Frankham showing plenty of class here today. Some lovely touch draw shots, and when she has used a bit of weight, she's been very accurate. But they drop another, and so it's gone now to 8-7. Still Waimate in front. Have had 10 ends. And North End have won 6 of those ends, Waimate 4, but the fact that they scored 2 threes early still gives them that slender lead of 8-7. Gee, there's a bit of difficulty getting that jack down the centre line, but at least it hasn't gone out.
And we're back to another little wee short end again. So they've decided that it is a legal end, legal length.
So what's the minimum length, Dave? Can you tell us how many metres?
23 metres.
23.
Yeah, 23 metres. Yep, from the front of the mat. It has to be.
On the forehand, gets applause from Marta, which means it's going to be pretty close. She picks it a long way out. Oh, look, this might even be touching. Yeah, it is.
Beautiful bowl. Great opening bowl.
So just force Linley to make sure that she's up and play onto the shot if she can. Not too far away, just zipping around the back, but That was her intention.
How's Julie's memory? See if she can get another one really handy here.
Well, I think Marta likes it. She's leaning into it. If she's over, then she'll be happy. Yep,
It's a
there we
very good
go.
home, yep.
Yeah.
Very good home
and it's
there.
particularly, Dave, when she saw what Lindy Rogers tried with her first, and that was to, you know, get onto the shot, not with probably that much weight, but to shunt the jack back. Any contact would shunt the jack back, and therefore Judy Robbins' bowl is in a great position. Now she'll be happy to just get her to draw another. She's put that one over in a good tactical position. Yep, and again, Marta walks up there. She gets the clap and says, "Thank you. Hope you haven't fatted it, made it too fat, or just a bit short." Misread that one slightly, Marta, but that's okay. She would have liked it over. They're holding shot. They've got a good, probably got 2 seconds here. It's hard to tell how far short Lindy's first one is.
Yeah.
So maybe that means maybe they're holding 3. Holding shot in 2 seconds. I think that's 3, John. Oh, it is 2 seconds.
Okay, so can Carol pull another awesome bowl out of her kit bag after doing it the last end, where she drew that, or 2 ends ago, where she drew that absolute beautiful toucher. She's probably just trying to get a bowl handy here, because as you said, John, they could be more than one down, so I think that'll be pretty close to second shot, that one.
Yep. And Marta will be looking to beat that last shot of Carol's.
Just hung it out a little bit wide, but you're right. That's all she needed to do, was just drop underneath the second shot. But she should get her bearings with her second bowl after not being too far away from achieving it with that first one.
She's got the weight. This isn't bad either. I don't think she's going to be up, though.
No, she's not.
So Marta Frankham, with her previous one, had the weight absolutely spot on. Just wants to beat that purple bowl. Watching it closely. She's come a bit finer here. Gosh, she'll be looking for some favourable reaction up the front there. Might get it off that last bowl. Well, who knows? Second shot, maybe?
Hard to tell with the angles. I think it might only be still only one, and that purple bowl I think might still be second shot. But as I said, the angles with the camera are sometimes very deceiving.
Let's see what Julie Robbins thinks.
Carol would have been pretty disappointed with her second and third bowls not reaching the head. She needed to try and reach the head and make contact with the shot bowl and pop the jack back to give herself a chance. But both their bowls finishing short when she was attempting that was not the desired result as she got underneath that purple bowl. I think so. She might. Yep, it's fallen in, so that will definitely be 2. There's the second one being rolled out now.
It might be a measure for 3. Let's see. I don't think Lindy will give it away. You want it, you measure. So going first of all to the purple bowl of Carol Davidson. There she goes now. Oh, that's 3.
Oh, it is 3.
Yeah, and now, yep, just 3. So that's what they're doing. 3 threes in this game to the Waimate team of Mata Frankham and Judy Robbins. They have stopped the rot, basically. They'd gone 3 ins without scoring, but had only been dropping singles. Now they pick up a 3 and get back to that 4-shot lead that they had 5 ends ago. They were up 8-4. Now they're up by 11-7.
You made a very good point there too, John, about the 3 threes they've got. You know, so when they have scored, they've got those 3 threes and a couple of singles. But when they haven't been scoring, they've limited their opposition to just the one, which is another very, very important thing that if you can achieve. You can't get the shot, make sure you've got second, and make sure you've got 2 or 3 seconds. You know, so only dropping those singles, and that'll be the disappointing thing for Carol and Lindley, is that they've dropped those 3 threes, which is always a wee bit frustrating.
Yeah, North End have won more ends. It's quite right, and only by 1, I think, now. But they
6-5
singles,
the ends are. But
yeah.
But 5 singles and a double is all they've achieved, whereas they've conceded those 3 threes, which is the reason why they're behind. Excellent speed again there from Julie, but just missed a line again. I thought maybe they were getting onto their lines, but looks like Lindley has this time. This is coming back nicely. Yeah, very good bowl.
It holds. If it holds, if it goes inside that last bowl of the opposition, not quite.
Once again, good speed. 2 very good weighted bowls that she'll be a bit frustrated about not nailing the line with having 2 good speed bowls like that. Look at this. All 4 bowls, they've nailed their speed.
Yes. I think a better green this time.
Yep, this is close. And she's drawn the shot.
Yeah.
3 well-weighted bowls and finally got the line right and nailed it.
Well, another one with the weight.
Oh, and a nice little tap on her own shot bowl and on her own bowl, and has knocked it in for shot. So both of them played very good bowls with their 3rd bowl. We've got one of those.
Well, they're enjoying themselves, that's for sure.
Yep, they are. They're having a lot of lunch. It's good to see. But one of those heads here, we've got nothing over the head. You know, we've got jack level bowls the whole way. The only, well, I'd tell a lie, there is one bowl over the head. The second shot is just nicely in behind the jack, but nothing deep at all. See whether that comes back to bite one of these 2 teams. After just a little bit wider, should be looking to play a little bit of speed, a little bit of weight, just to try and land on the shot bowl. She's got another real handy second there. Well, I'm making an assumption that Lindley Rogers' short bowl is the shot. It isn't 100% guaranteed because our camera angles don't really give us as to exactly who has the shot there. Maybe the way Marta played that bowl, perhaps she thinks she's got the shot. They may have the shot, so I might be wrong. I just made an assumption that Lindley Rogers' little bowl that she tapped in and fell over in front of the jack was the shot bowl, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, that's the impression I got from the players. But not keeping away from it, that's for sure. So I suppose with Mata, that shot that she played, she now has the 2 balls just over the jack, hasn't she? So
Yes.
Palmerston North Bowl shot. That's what we're gathering from our eagle eyes there.
So that's the short one, which means Marta's got 2 very, very good seconds there. So she can play with a little bit of speed, looking to make contact with the shot bowl or dislodge the shot bowl, and she's close here. She just hasn't quite got the running to do it. Very good attempt. Just needed another foot or 18 inches of weight.
And conversely, Carol doesn't want to do anything there when she's staying well away from it here. Perhaps anticipating that, because, I'd say she was looking to cover the back with that, because I suppose an option here for Marta is to just play with a slight amount of weight, as you've mentioned, and hit the shot bowl, which could push the jack back to her too. See what she does here.
Oh, she's a bit tight.
Yeah.
Okay, so we suspect that it's North End holding the shot, and Carol's, I don't know how hard she'll try with this one to draw another. Not a lot of room to achieve it, so yeah, she's possibly not tried all that hard with this one. Yes, and it is 1 to the North End team.
So one of the tightest heads we've seen, everyone getting the weight pretty much ideal. Now it's a long kick back for the leads as they take the bowls right back to around the 2 metre mark, because it was, again, a shortish end. If we see the mat come out at all, not too far, just clear of the bowls. And now we'll watch the jack to see if the skips have to straighten it a lot this time. Yes, is the answer.
A little bit longer. A little bit longer than the previous end. Not by much, but definitely not as short as the last few ends that we've been playing. I wonder what would happen if one team did take the punt and threw the jack really, really long. It'll be interesting to see. This one is a little bit longer. It looks to be a sort of 3/4 to longer shin, so let's see how they handle this.
Come on, she says. Sounds like calling the dog, doesn't it? And just wants it to be up there. Her next one, she'd like it to be a bit further up, but that's the shot, and just a bit short as both these players look to adapt to a slightly longer end.
Yeah, good bowl here. Very good adjustment. Yes, we all love talking to our bowls, and I've yet to see a set of bowls with ears, John.
Yes, I think it's lucky they can't react. Otherwise, a lot of them would just get up and walk out, wouldn't they? Well, she's done this well. Gets a wee flick. Oh, not quite hard enough, but yeah, they get abused and used and seldom praised.
Yep.
It's always the bowl's fault.
Yep.
This tight game between Waimate and North End. Waimate from South Canterbury, North End from Manawatu. It is tight. We've gone through 12 ends. It's 18 ends or a 2-hour time limit. There's nothing at stake for the North End team in the black and white because they cannot qualify. But for Waimate, a win here would push them through to post-section play. Their leaders, Julie Robbins, coming in now. We feather off that almost, or does tuck the jack and may well have stayed in for shot. As Marta reaches into a sock to get the chalk out.
Good last bowl there, and yes, I think it would have stayed for the shot. So Marta will be happy that she's going to the mat holding. But it'll be Carol Davidson from North End to have the first bowl. And once again, that line has let her down. Beautiful speed. It's gone too wide.
Well,
That's
and that's
another one.
Yeah, just struggling there.
Another one missing the line. Yep. I'm going to have to start apologising about going on about it, I think. It is frustrating me to see them missing their lines this late in the game. They absolutely should know where the lines are by now. So what it possibly means that then as a coach you start looking at techniques must be not quite what they should be if players are continually missing their lines like this. So as we see this one, not too bad for line, just pulled up that couple of feet short.
Possibly took out one of the three options that Marta had there were using either of those, you know, the wing bowls or the jack, and now that last bowl of Carol's cut out that backhand option. Now she's switching to the 4. Let's see what she does this time. Inside those, she just has to be careful that she doesn't flick the jack across to the opposition bowl, which she might just do here. Oh, but lucky.
Oh, just sidled just past it. So she's,
yeah.
We think that she still has got the shot. But 2 very good seconds there that Carol's got, and I just think the option may have been to play the forehand here and look to get at the shot bowl. She had 2 good seconds, maybe even 3 seconds. So she's just tried to draw it here, and she didn't make a bad fist of it, and it could very well be the shot.
Yeah, I think it is.
To my...
Oh, 2 down.
2 down.
Yep.
Okay, so...
But that's a nice rest for Marta, isn't it? That last bowl that went in, and she played the same shot as last time, she'd just about get that. Just got to get inside that short bowl, which she looks like she's going to do, and then, or she might dead draw this. She's going to dead draw it, and she does. Wow,
oh,
brilliant.
What a great bowl. What a great bowl. 2 down to 1 up. Might have even made 2 if she moved the jack a little bit. Oh, it's just the 1. Yep.
So that's what skips are paid the big money for, isn't it? You know, we always refer to our skips as getting paid immense amounts of money to save us from awkward situations, and Marta Frankham has certainly done that. Not getting paid big money, of course.
She did. That was a superb bowl. Yep. 2 down. So a 3-shot swing there. North End could have been right back in the hunt. I mean, they're still not out of it, only 4 behind, but yeah, it would have closed it up big time, but it was a superb bowl. And now we're back to another little wee short end.
I think we might have about 20 minutes remaining. I'm not sure. We'll get a call, I'm sure, from Colin, our man who knows everything. Colin Williams, himself a fine bowler and employed by Bowls New Zealand to make sure that this telecast works as well as it does. He and Brendan Walton are there. As we see this first one coming in from Waimati's Julie Robbins. And no mistake this time, she's in the zone, just slightly short, but a really good bowl, and she hasn't forced Lindley to change her hands, and she's probably forced Lindley to go a bit wider than she might, but she's up and over. That's the main thing. Here we go, coming in nicely. Here it may be about half an hour, 28 or 29 minutes to go, so we've gone through 13 ends.
Should go close to getting all 18 in, and I think one of the reasons could be the fact that we've played so many short ends, although that means that it does take a while to kick the bowls back. But it could be because of the fact that we've played so many of these very, very short ends, as we see another excellent lead bowl there from Julie.
Just getting Lindley to change her hand this time.
Now this is one of those scenarios where Julie with her third bowl really needs to think about being up. She's got two good shots there. The shot itself is pretty good, so she needs to make sure that this bowl's up. She goes, and I'm pretty sure she will, but make sure she gets up. Just a couple of 3 feet behind the jack, anywhere there would be exactly what the doctor ordered. Not really. She's, yeah. Drawn another shot.
Danger all over it, wasn't it? Yep.
There was, but I would have preferred to have seen that another couple of feet back. But she's played 3 rippers for her skip, so maybe now it'll be Marta who should look at things and say, well, okay, my first one now really needs to be round the back, perhaps splitting those 2 north end bowls, the 2 backers bowls, if she can sit one in between those 2 there somewhere. That would be a good starting bowl for her on this end. Let's see if she does that.
Yes, because you'd imagine that Carol, if things don't change down there, will play the forehand into those bowls, move the jack slightly, or just collision with those bowls. So really, Marta does need to be, as you said, even just a couple of feet past, half a metre. Well, no, she's going to draw another shot, is she? Or get it, or blocking, is she? Oh, no, she didn't intend to block that, that's for sure.
No,
see what she was looking to do,
just
draw another. Yeah.
She was looking to draw another, so that's just a shocker, really. She's finished way short, but surprises me that she wasn't trying to be up with that first bowl. I think she needs to really look at this and say, well, look, if they do happen to get the jack here, we're in all sorts of trouble, because we've got, okay, sure, we're holding. There's them going into the holding pen. That's where see Marta put a bowl now.
Oh, she might just be throwing the challenge out, eh? Righto, Carol, are you good enough?
She may do too.
Yeah, she's not looking to go over, is she? She's looking to draw another.
Not. She's just drawing another shot, and she's done that. But
okay,
now, look what it looked now. Carol can say, right, that bowl now gives me something to use to play with a bit of weight down there on the forehand. If I get the jack, it's all, I'm singing ragtime, because Marta's got nothing over the head. She is playing with weight, but she's a bit wide. See, she was jack hunting.
Yeah, she's thrown the challenge out, hasn't she? And now she's thinking about
Marta's saying, yep. Now Marta's saying, should I get one round the back? I think you should, Marta, most definitely. Holding 4 shots up on the head. Don't be greedy and just, cover with this one for sure.
I don't think she's going to either, is she?
Oh, she might get underneath that bowl there and just... She's not as far
yeah,
back as she would probably want to be. But it would cut a few out if the jack goes right back.
A better line this time from Carol Davidson.
Yep,
and
she's in the area this time.
Wow. Last bowl? No, not quite.
He was unlucky there. Just needed to land the shot bowl. Just needed to be another bowl wider, perhaps.
Well, she was 4 down going into this with that last bowl.
Yeah, so she's cut. She's definitely cut some out here. Let's see how many. The angles, once again, very deceptive on the screen. Let's see how many she has cut out.
Could just be 1 or it could be 3. You never know.
So that's 2. Two.
So she cut 2 out.
She did.
So here we go, the long kickback for the 2 leads. Foot massage needed tonight as the bruising starts to develop on the inside of the big toe. Julie Robbins and Lindy Rogers. Rogers from North End, Robbins from Waimate. Things going well for this Waimate combination. They've had 2 wins from 3 so far. They win this and they are through to post-section. They lead by 14-8. Just heard that Sarah Scott, Northeast Valley, has had a victory, so her team has qualified for post-section.
Well, here we go. The first time, surprising me that it's taken this long, but with the umpires being called to measure the length of the jack to see whether we've got it up that 23 metres that it needs to be. So here comes the tape measure.
So take it right up to the front edge of the mat and then ask one of the players to stand on it, hold it steady, and then march out 23 metres, as you mentioned earlier, David.
So it'll be interesting to see how many teams we end up getting through to that post section. As you mentioned, just the 17 ladies teams in the event, a number of centres not here, not represented. Of the 17, you'd probably expect there to be half a dozen teams. So it's obviously up, the jack.
Wow. But she had her thumb on the 23 metre line, I think, didn't she, on the tape? That's what they'll look at. And it looked like it was just touching half the jack. I mean, it was a good call to measure if that was a correct interpretation here, John.
Millimetres in it.
Yeah.
Julie's put the back one in first this time. Perhaps she thought that I need to make sure I'm up. Don't leave ourselves exposed like we did on the last end. Unfortunately for the Waimate pair, Carol Davidson wasn't able to take advantage of getting the jack back at all.
So just repeating, Sarah Scott and Bronwyn Evans, Northeast Valley, representing Otago, defeated the Thames Coast Bowling Club combination of Kay Bunn and Amanda Woods by 19-8. Some matches are unplayed because of the fact that the result did not affect qualifying at all. So Judith Wyeth and Tina Hogg of Masterton, their match against Donelda Scott and Lucy Ware of Christchurch wasn't played. Bowles Hastings, Michelle Robinson and Chris Telford, they didn't play their match against the St Heliers combination.
Very, very good bowl there from Julie. Nice handy shot.
The matches are still going at this one, and the one between the Kahutia Bowling Club's Lucy Shanks and Karen Pinn and Aramaho's Carolyn Tasker and Reen Bellis. And as we mentioned earlier, the match with Picton's Jenny Anderson and Helen McIsaac wasn't played because they'd already qualified. They were playing the Belfer team of Avril Fowler and Sue Roy.
Little touch on the jack there from Lindley Rogers, but I think she may still be one down. And there we see the updated scoreboard in that game. It's just going to be updated a little bit more. Game over, shake hands, and it looks like the Lucy Shanks has beaten Reen Bellis. So that means Lucy will qualify. Oh, okay, so actually, in fact, it was Reen Bellis who needed to win that game in order to qualify, and Lucy was, unfortunately, couldn't make it. So Lucy has eliminated Reen Bellis by beating her there as well. So
wow.
Neither of those teams have qualified, but there's a big combination, and probably one of the favourites for the event is not going to make it through to post-section. Reen Bellis and Carolyn Tasker being beaten in their final game. Good bowl here from Carol Davidson, just not quite getting there.
I like those scoreboards, they're easy to manage. Big scoreboards here at the Hopes Dunedin Stadium in Dunedin. Moving to the forehand here, feet over to the left-hand side of the mat. Haven't noticed if that's what she does all the time or not. Take a note of that, something always to look at. Here she goes, playing to get contact here.
A little bit of nibbly weight, and she's got the jack and flicked it way out in the open, but immediately Lynn sticks the finger in the air to say that we've still got the shot here. But it has exposed the jack now and taken it out of a tricky sort of a spot for Marta Frankham, and she'll get the opportunity. She's got two bowls to try and change things and get the shot. Only the one down at the moment. I don't think that bowl from, well, it may do, yes, that could be another counter.
I think it is. It didn't appear as though it was going to stay in the rink, but it has.
Yep, so that'll be two. So Marta Frankham once again be asking to earn her keep here. Two down at the moment. Difficult position to draw to. The jack's way off the centre line, and this is where you have to make that adjustment, you know, the marks and etc. that you've been using to get your line. You have to make the adjustment. It looks like Marta did a pretty good job at just running through the hole.
If she'd taken the jack with her, she might have had two. She wasn't far off that. Here we go, looking to build on this. Bonus time for North End's Carol Davidson and Lindley Rogers. Good track. Her opposition lead applauds. She's got a couple, and it'll make it three. And will they be measuring for... No, that last bowl of Marta's probably cuts it out, so it'll be three, I'd say. Let's see what they're doing. 1, 2.
2.
Let's see. Is
So
the purple
two out, and
the
they're
black?
getting the measure out. So Marta, I miscounted the bowls too. I thought Marta had another bowl to come, but of course she won the previous end, so she was going first. So she had fired all 3 of her cannons, and so let's see
If
if
this
it's
one's
going to
closer,
be
it's
3.
only 2, and it is 2, I think. It was 3.
3 it is.
Okay, 3. Good end there. That's their first 3 of the match. Takes them within 3 of their opponents. It's 14 now to 11. 3 ends to go in this match. 2-hour time limit. And what's it, 12:18 now? So might just have...
Might struggle to get the 3 ends in.
Yeah.
I think we'll probably get
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
But might not get that last end in.
So here we go. This looks like a straight throw here from Lindy Rogers. So she put the mat down very quickly. Is it up? Looks like it. They're agreeing it is up. Well, when you're on a time limit and you're only 3 shots down, you want to be saying, that'll do.
Quickly into her work delivering the bowl, though.
Yeah, that's good. So 3 winners so far include the Bowles-Hastings combination, the Picton combination, Northeast Valley, Hinuera. Yeah, they all have 3 wins so far. And those who still have a chance of getting through, well, we're just seeing one of those, Reem Bellis, out. I'm not sure how many we're going to get through here. So we've got three qualifiers so far, maybe 3, 4, 5, yeah, 4 or 5 qualifiers, that's what we're looking at out of this.
I think it'll be 5 if the Waimate pair win this. I think we might have 4 already qualified, and if Waimate win this, it'll be 5. So a crucial game, this one. We're either going to be straight into a semi-final, or we're going to have a playoff game to make this for a team to make the semi-final. So Waimate still got their noses in front by 3 shots here, but it's getting down to the nitty-gritty now. Probably this end and 1 more is all they're going to get in the 2-hour time limit, I would imagine. So Lindy Rogers just looking to make contact. She's a bit unlucky. Unlucky she's punched. Was it her own, or I think it might have been Julie's.
Julie's up.
Yeah.
And you see how quickly Lindy Rogers was into her action. She was on the mat immediately bowling, and Julie Robbins was walking around having delivered hers, and then looked up and thought, oh, she's already gone. It didn't rush her, though, so she's just maintaining her own momentum. Well, it might have rushed her.
That would be one of her worst bowls of the day.
So North End won the last end, so it'll be Carol Davidson to play the first. Play that forehand, and she can turn out that shot bowl. She's possibly got second shot there.
One down at the moment, but this is tracking pretty good. Pretty good. This is a very, very good attempt. Just going to sidle past. Finishing in a very good home, though. Gives her an option now of just tightening her line a little bit and looking to trail the jack or sit the shot bowl.
Delicate touch required here from Marta Frankham. Tracking well. Tracking well. Is it second shot? It may well be. That's close. She gets a light, gentle, quiet applause from her lead. And
Probably in a bit of a
saying how
nuisance position too for Carol Davidson. Although it's also, while it might be a nuisance, it could also be a bowl that she may be able to use if she plays with that little bit of searching weight down. No, she's just looks like she's trying to dead draw it here at this stage. She's not too far away either.
I think she has. Oh,
That'll
no,
be
not
second
quite.
shot.
Yeah. So now Marta doesn't need to change her green. You see her first bowl is directly in line with that purple, the last one. It's just to beat or sit on that. Oh, she's muttering to herself. Oh, no green.
Now, Carol needs to play a shotty. I think just trying to dead draw it is not an option. She needs to be playing underneath that wing bowl and looking to sit the shot bowl, get a little touch on the jack. She can make 3 of it here.
That's what she's.
I think that's
no,
what
she's too wide.
Trying to do, but she's too wide. Yeah, she had played with more speed, but definitely too wide.
That was a good choice. So, Dave, as you said, underneath that last bowl, or the first bowl of Marta's, sit the shot, maybe move the jack as well. She had ideally placed bowls behind that. And now Marta play slightly cautiously, but yeah, and that's... she wasn't slightly cautious. She was trying to get another shot in there or to turn over her own. So is it just a single?
Yep, just the one.
Yep. And that came from the opposition, didn't it? It was just a promotion, unfortunately, for Lindy. She pushed up Julie Robbins' shot, which was just short, pushed it in for shot. And now it is 15-11. And we might get this end in. I'm not sure if we'll get another. I saw Marta looking at the clock just before, so they're aware of the time situation. No time wasting, no. Robbins gets it down quickly. We've got this 17th end underway.
So 4 shots the difference. So the North End team need a 4 here to force us into an extra end, if this ends up being the last end, of course, on the time limit. Once again, we're having to check whether this is up. I mean, she just had made sure that everyone's happy that it is the legal length, and they're happy, but it's another little wee tiny baby one.
First bowl really important here for both these combinations. As they talk, first shot effectiveness. So chance for Rogers. She can set it up so that she changes over with her skip and says, well, there you go. Have you got the potential to get 4? I've given you the first shot at least. There we are, just over. Lovely placement there from Rogers.
Lovely bowl, very good opener. When you're chasing a 4, that's a great way to start.
Chance to push her last one up here. Yep, she does.
And it'll be shot.
Just forces Rogers to go a bit wider. You know, you sort of look at that and you wonder, time for the lead to change hands, perhaps, but she could get round it. She could have got round it. She's still in it. That's a handy position for any activity later. It's change of hands here too for Julie Robbins. Hasn't played the backhand much.
Pushed it out wide as well. Lindley's
just a sort of matching
bowl,
shot, do you think? Yeah.
Yeah. Lindley's second bowl ended up in a not too bad home, and but looks like again she's either gone heavy or very wide with her last bowl. So very, very difficult.
You look at
to get
this
a
now,
4 at the
Dave, and
moment.
and she's got to show her hand now, doesn't she? She's got those couple of bowls over the head, well past, and does she decide, right, that's where I'm going to go. I'm going to cut the jack over there, and that's far easier for me to get 4 over there than it is where it's situated now. Well, let's see.
I think the first bowl that she plays is going to be the one that'll decide things. She could perhaps try to just arrive to the bowl, looking to trail the jack a little bit, or she could start straight out now and looking to trail the jack, 3 or 4 feet. But she might just try to draw with her first one, and if she's going to touch her, that does give her a chance. But looks like she's pushed it way out wide, unfortunately. So now she has to look to move the jack, a good metre or so now to make those bowls of Lindley Rogers count in behind.
And Marta will realise that.
Aware, yes, if she's aware of that, she should be trying to put a bowl back there.
Yep.
And she's not happy with this because it's not back far enough. That's exactly what she was trying to do, was to get right back in amongst these bowls of Lindley Rogers in behind here, and she hasn't really pushed it far enough.
Right, let's see what we get. Do we open it up
a bit
here?
of weight here. But she's just pushed it out. Oh, she did get the jack. She's made 2 of it, but it's going to be hard to get a 4 now.
Well, is that bowl? Oh, that's the last one from Marta back here, isn't it?
Marta, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah,
directly
I think so,
below the bottom of the screen. That's Marta's bowl, and the front one is Julie Robbins' bowl. So there's only 2 there. I can't really see her getting a 4 now. So the only option probably now is to go for the kill. Although, Marta doesn't like this either. She was just trying to draw the shot, obviously, but...
Yeah, but look where it's landed, in amongst that potential. There's no potential there now, probably. Yeah.
No, I don't. So if this is the last end, and we're assuming that it is, that the time has expired, then we are going to have another team qualifying. Yes, they're shaking hands, so we will get another team qualifying.
And it's a team from Waimate. That's Mata Frankham and Julie Robbins. They went into this with 2 wins. They needed the victory over North End's Carol Davidson and Lindley Rogers, and they've managed to do it. They drop a single at least on that last end, but they were 4 shots in advance playing this last end, and so Waimate join those with 3 wins and will head into post-section play. We'll have a look at some highlights from this match, and then of course we'll be back for our second game today here at the Hopes Dunedin Stadium. It's a Somerset Champion of Champion Peers.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
We're back at the Hopes Dunedin Stadium for the Somerset Champion of Champion Peers, and we're into that final situation where we've got teams desperate to qualify. We're in the men's competition now, and I'm John Macbeth. I'm joined by Joe Edwards, and in a moment we'll just have a look at what the situation is at the moment with qualifiers to date. And here we have the table. And we'll see any of those teams which have had 2 wins are in with a chance. Those that have had 3 wins, of course, have already qualified, but the men's competition is a little bit further back than the women's that we saw previously. So some big names, of course, Joe, and this at Dunedin is a fantastic venue, and I think we're going to see a classic match today between players that we don't really know too much about.
Oh, hi, John. It's pleasure to be here again. And I think what we've all got to remember is that they're all champions in their own rights. They've won their club peers and gone on to win their respective champion of champions. So they all know how to play them. So pretty excited.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got 20 men's teams, so it's a pretty good representation of the clubs around the country, the centres around the country. Today we're seeing the Wairarapa representatives from the small town of Martinborough in the Wairarapa, just over the hill from Wellington, and of course become famous in sort of recent years for its wonderful wine that they produce over there. They're represented here by Mark O'Brien, who's leading, and Aaron Love is the skip. And they'll be up against a team from just up the road from them, really, in Waipukurau in the southern part of Hawke's Bay. Their representatives, James Byrne, the skip, and Bevan Webb is leading for them. The Martinborough team, or Wairarapa team, have the red stickers on their bowls. And also, unlike the previous match where there was only one sort of odd colour, and that was a purple bowl we had. The others were all black. We at least have here blue and black that we can see.
How did we ever work it when there was just the black and brown bowls back in the day?
That's right. Well, it took them so long to get there when they were delivering it because they had to go so wide, Joe, didn't they? Well,
certainly did. It's interesting to see that, after trial ends, both leads have gone on to the inside hand, not the ditch hand. Not too far off their line straight away. So, it bodes well for the future.
So the 2 leads, O'Brien and Webb, they've switched over now, and it's the turn of the skips. Byrne and Love. Playing that inside hand. We saw in the previous televised match when your husband was joining us here, Dave, that it didn't seem to be too much preference for which hand they were using, whether they used a ditch or not. And
it's always it's a nice way to be able to play both hands. Generally, there's 1 or 2 really good hands on every rink, and it's just so important to find the best hand as early as you can. That means if that means playing around a little bit at the start, so be it. But your trial ends are just so important. I kind of think that they're legalised cheating. You can have a go on the rink that you're playing on without really anything happening. So just learn as much as you can from those trial ends. Try and find the centre line. If you can find the centre line, it just helps with your weight further down the track.
So 2 quite wide bowls, not making the adjustment, but this time the adjustment's good because his weight has been very good so far, and that nice little nudge in there to draw the shot.
Yeah, really nice correction from his first 2. We try and overcorrect. I think sometimes realistically it's only an inch inch and a half of green that you need to take in. So just little corrections.
And already a bit of aggression. That's the first end of this match between Martinborough and Waipukurau. Just the single in it, I think.
One or two.
Just waiting to see what they
Pops
put up
going
there.
up like markers with the.
Just the single.
Interesting to see Mark going around the clock forehand to start with. We do try and talk about going up and down the same side of the rink. Generally, it's the same weight, but you know, a lot of people do prefer a certain hand, and I think as a lead, you get a bit of a free run to the jack to start with. So it's not that important, but you know, it's all about getting 2 or 3 bowls within a couple of feet, or 2 or 3 bowls within a yard, and your skip will be very happy.
So it's the first 2 or 3 ends off, and it just takes a little bit of time to sort that line out, and we're seeing it not too badly here. Of course, we've got to take into account that it's a televised match, and these players won't have experienced that before. It's all very well to say just block it out of your head, don't worry about it, but always there, you know, when you go back to the head and you're standing there and someone says, look, the cameras are on, you've got to move aside. Oh, okay, I'd forgotten about that. So it's always there. So
it is.
Getting used to it's not
Look,
easy.
yeah, it does take a couple of times to play in front of the cameras just to, you know, so you don't notice them. But the first time, you know, everything you do, you feel like you're being watched, and everything's on TV, and your mates will take the mickey when you get home and all that. But you know, sooner or later, once you just realise that they are just fixed, the cameras are fixed, they're not moving, they're just there. Just play your game, but it's just really important, I think, that you just stand to one side of the jack. You know, you like to see a bowl coming in, and you get a little bit overexcited to see where it's maybe you know, going to be hitting the target. But yeah, and that's a real hard lesson to learn, just to stand a metre to the side of the jack. Pretty good
Nice
lead bowls
bowl
here to start with.
Yeah, you've got those 4 of them there, which are all very, very handy. That last one just touching.
Nice little shot for Aaron here down the backhand. Got a real good second. One couple of feet past. Just, you know, just over a confident draw. Down, touch of the jack, roll of the black bowl. Happy days.
This is Aaron Love from Martinborough.
She's played.
Not a mile off it.
Oh, it's real unlucky, you know. You're going down, you say, get it all or get none of it. He's made it a bit harder for himself by just winging it, rolling it over directly behind the jack. Good intent, though. Early days. A chance again. Two really well-weighted bowls.
Well, he's been a bit unlucky with the result of those two bowls.
He has. He's been in the area twice. You wouldn't think that the Martinborough team would drop more than the one here, but got a chance of making a good 2 or 3.
So the red sticker bowls, they belong to Love and O'Brien of Wairarapa. Love comes down to, has been down to have a look at that.
He's got to be careful with his weight here. The last place you want the jack to come is down through past these white and black bowls. 3 pretty good bowls here. Really well weighted.
I think just throw one out there and see what happens, mate. You're looking to sit on that blue bowl.
You're working out the safest hand to perhaps try and draw another shot. If you've got absolute confidence that you're not going to knock anything out, and it's a real safe hand, you can draw with confidence.
So the match changes hands. It's 1-1 after 2 ends of this match between Waipukurau and Martinborough.
And the blue-green, a little bit different, John?
Yeah. I must admit, I've just had a look at the score. My score tick up on the top's a bit blurry, so I see it's 2-1 actually in favour of Love and O'Brien.
Played on a blue-green over in Melbourne. It was in the middle of a velodrome.
Oh, really?
They used their space. Yeah, used their space wisely there, middle of the velodrome. It was a bit awkward when you were trying to drive. Obviously, you don't like a lot of movement behind the jack, and all of a sudden you've got team cyclists going screaming past.
And they wouldn't want the heavy bowl landing on the valuable wooden deck either, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, there was a few little trenches at each end to stop if anything happened like that. And the other weird place on artificial is the middle of a horse racing track in Hong Kong. That was was way down. It would have been a good 30 feet lower than the racetrack, and to see the horses go around while you're trying to draw a shot, pretty unique.
You would have had a big crowd there, though.
yeah.
If there was horse racing on at the same time over there.
Yeah. These leads have really jumped onto this the pace of this carpet early. It's their first game today, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So they had that short period of a few practice ends, trial ends. And, so green and weight in particular, because we have seen variations, or the skip for Waipukurau, James Byrne, he just struggled with his weight on that first end, but they've all nestled into it quite nicely.
They certainly have. There's 6 bowls within a couple of feet here by the
Wow.
2 leads. That's outstanding.
A couple of shots there to Mark O'Brien for Wairarapa.
Really good positioning too. 2 cracking bowls and 1 in a real nice catching area, and that little holding pen at a couple of feet past the jack. If we can load our bowls into there, any movement of the jacks, it's really good.
Ah, yeah, good result.
It's nice and open here for both skips to draw a shot. Really wanting one of them just to jump on the front of the jack. Make it a bit harder for your opposition to wrestle the shot off you.
That's pretty good, isn't it? It's a pretty good head there. That last bowl, the orange one coming in from Aaron Love. It just builds the head for them. Oh, well.
Put a tea towel over the lot of them.
Yes. It's a bit hard to tell. I mean, it could be those red sticker bowls, which belong to the Wairarapa combination of Love and O'Brien. So they've got orange and blue bowls there. And here's another one coming into that zone as well. If he's up, that's played a pretty good bowl again. Oh, not quite, but nuisance.
Yeah, nuisance value there for sure. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be short here. You can play an absolute cracker and just roll that bowl over for another. So, yeah, good option. Oh, great result. Great result. Good hit. Hit the target area. A great result.
That jack has gone over to where there are only blue stickered bowls, which means it's gone from a possible 3 down, certainly 2 down, to could be 3 up there.
And like I say, it was always in the area. It was always going to be getting something. It's when you play with that kind of weight, you just kind of wait for the dust to settle and see what happened. But absolute perfect result for them. Big shot early on in the game here. I don't want to be dropping, 2s and 3s and early in the game.
Oh, yeah, that's not a bad shot, is it, hey? That'll be second shot. He saved the situation.
What an end of bowls.
Yeah, really impressive, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's 1 to Hawke's Bay. We're at 2-2 here in this match, and we'll just bring you up to date with what's required here, and I must do that. These we saw the lists of those who are in with a chance of qualifying. The men's competition is a wee bit behind the women's. The women had 17 teams here. The men have got 20. So there's a few centres not represented, but when you consider that in general, if you've won your Champion of Champions, you pay your way, and some centres can help out and some can't. That's just the way of bowls, being very much an amateur sport. And then it gets down to availability. You find some people, Joes, go in and into your club peers, for example, and they think, oh, we might have a chance of winning the club peers, and then they're surprised when they do, and then they go on to the next stage, that is Champion of Champions. Well, we haven't got much chance against these guns. Surprise, surprise, you're through. And then you think, well, when are the Nationals? Oh, I'd plan to go away on holiday then. So a lot of it is down to availability. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. You don't go into your club peers thinking that you're going to go to the New Zealand Champion of Champions.
That's right.
And it's hard to clear your calendar just in case, but your club champs are such an important part of club bowls, and I'm a real big believer. I try and play in as many as I can. Last couple of years I've been away quite a bit, so I haven't been able to, but it's where it all starts. It's I know when we first started at Nelson Bowling Club, your club champs, and it was just a great to be part of it, to be playing in a club against some amazing players. So, yeah, club bowls, it's where it's at. It's so important. And, yeah, I try and play in as many as I can.
That's good. And, of course, people still enjoy playing against you, and they set their targets, don't they? And I'm playing Joe Edwards, right? You know, they always bring out their best against you, I'd imagine. You're constantly
Yeah, look,
fighting them
it's
off.
oh, look, it's good though. You know, I know in some clubs, some of the top players put their names up, and you know, others don't. You know, I can't beat them or whatever. But I know in our club, if I put my name up, or Val, or I mean, we've got a number of great players at my club. The general rank and file bowler just can't wait to have a crack at you, and it you know, it's really good for, you know, club harmony. There's a lot of Mickey being taken before and after the games are played, and you know, it's we all celebrate in the clubhouse afterwards.
Of course. So Byrne and Webb have one match, and so too have Love and O'Brien. So this is an important one. Neither team really can afford to drop it. Well, they can, but they don't want to drop it. Oh no, in fact, of course, you've got to win 3, so you know, you don't want to be dropping this one.
I think they've both had a bye as well, so
yeah,
it's yeah, you certainly want the first 3 games that you play to win those, to tuck away qualification early. Nothing worse than needing your last game to qualify. It's fraught with danger, and yeah, it's just a place you don't really need to be.
So once again, we see these players pretty much nailing their line and length. That last ball coming in would be the shot. That's the light-coloured one of James Byrne.
Yeah, and I think the Hawke's Bay team's possibly holding 2 or 3 here, so it's a little bit of pressure early on Aaron.
Good track.
He's handled it pretty well.
Great.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Wow. Great shot. Flying down the forehand, there just was a couple of feet of weight to chip him off or roll him through the jack.
So Love and O'Brien from Martinborough, they beat Chinnery and Dodsworth of Motueka 17-15.
Well, Chin's my mixed pairs partner, the centre mixed pairs partner. He's actually playing on the next rink over with the bowling arm.
Yep.
Chin's and Maurice Dodsworth from Motueka. Yeah. Playing something similar here, you know, he has got the best back one with his last one. Try and chip him off. Ooh.
Gee, well, some good aggression here.
Another good result. It's a little bit fortunate there.
And just looking at Byrne and Webb from Waipukara, they beat the Paratutu combination of Zitterstein and Reed by 20-16. So there's a couple of good teams. These 2 good teams here, yes, very much so.
I think Aidan was part of the Cook Islands team at the last Commonwealth Games. I think, if I remember correctly, first time the bowlers have won a medal. So a very proud moment for the Zitterstein family.
Just
possibly the first time they've won a medal in any sport.
Both Aaron and Mark, the Martinborough combination, they both are former Wellington players. They played at Island Bay. And you see, and Martinborough is one of those clubs too, which has just picked up the odd player from the Wellington or Hutt region, and also from other parts of Wairarapa. They've got some very good players there. That information coming through from Mark Noble, who is watching. A lot of people watching. We thank you. The weather's not much fun around, and you're not out playing bowls. You'll be enjoying watching this from the warmth of this wonderful venue, the Hopes Dunedin Stadium. The blue carpet they've got. This blue bowl coming in now from Mark O'Brien. Top shot, just a little bit shy, but that's in the count, and getting a couple inside, that's not that easy.
It's a great stadium down there, the Hope Stadium. You know, very professionally run, really good carpet. It's nice and warm. I know that sounds silly, but we were lucky enough to be down there for this event last year, and you know, just in your shorts and short sleeve shirt, you know, really comfortable conditions to play in.
Well, I saw a Facebook post from Debbie White, who was wrapped up with scarf and beanies and, you know, hot water bottles and everything, you know, complaining because it was only 14 degrees or something. No.
Yeah,
she's
like
a lot of people, I said, harden up, Debbie.
Toughen up, sweetheart.
Yeah. She's enjoying it down there, and you can't help but enjoy yourself in Dunedin. You know, family were lucky enough to live there for 5 years, and I worked there, and thoroughly enjoyed it. It was a hard wrench, I must admit, when we drove out of Dunedin to head north, and still enjoy going there and catching up with some wonderful people. Big Bowls stronghold too. That might look a loose bowl, but that's in a very good position when you consider what happened on that last end. You know, the weighted shot took the jack back, and it was only because they had those bowls there over the back that the team was able to come in and gain something from it. The last bowl coming down from the leads, O'Brien from Martinborough. Looking to make it 3, sits on that. Oh, well, good.
Great shot. It's a high quality game. I think this is the 5th end, and I don't think the jack stayed in its original position in all 5 ends. So, you know, generally the jack doesn't go back up the green. It's, you know, I have seen a number of incidents where it has, but generally it goes back. So, you know, anything past the jack, especially when you're down, it's good value.
Playing this hand because if he squirts that jack back, he knows that he's got those couple there, and he might just do it. He might just take it. Whoa, hard luck, but he's
what a great
just get the shot. Yeah, great weight, wasn't it? That was perfect.
It was a great shot. A little bit unlucky not to get the jack fat. Jack fat would have been 3, but he has opened it up for himself. Probably one, still could be 1 or 2 down, but it's made it a lot easier for himself. The target's gone from a bowl to you know, 3 or 4 bowls wide now. Really needs to get one just past, you know, try and break up these 2 black ones, the back here.
Whoa, that was unlucky, wasn't it?
I think you can use elbow, just that much the same weight. You can try that, because that'll still get the same.
I think he's better down this backhand now. His white bowl's a little bit vulnerable out the side. If he gets rid of that, they're in a bit of trouble. But playing down this backhand, he's got a free run.
Yeah, and I think he called that to his lead, who was suggesting he played down the forehand, and he said, I think maybe the backhand is better for me.
He's got a number of options, you know. He gets the inside of the orange, he's going to play a really good shot. Gets down to the blues, cracking shot too. A little bit of jack, good. it's all about how, the most options in a shot.
Lead asking the skip to put one past the head. Oh.
He probably needed to be past there.
Yeah.
Matching the back white bowl. He's got another one. He's got last bowl on this end, so he might be
just a bit wide again, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, the weight was good. Great weight. It's finished pretty much on the centre line, so it's the line for a draw.
So looking to draw out the opposition's one shot that's there. That's looked an awkward angle from where we're looking.
Like it came out, it came out very tight. Good option. Couple of rolls of the blue disc bowl would have been 2 or 3.
Just one, was it? Not sure.
Red.
So this is Wairarapa of Martinborough of the Wairarapa Centre against Waipukurau, representing Hawke's Bay. Waipukurau, a good place to stop and stay. Some very social and hospitable people in that region. Or as they are all over the country, of course. If you weaken. O'Brien playing that backhand. His bowls haven't been far away.
No, he set it up very well for his skipper. Really nice delivery. I mean this nicely. It's a very simple delivery, which means not a lot can go wrong with it. It's he gets the foot planted a bit early, but it's this backswing straight back, straight forward, and it looks real sweet.
Not bad either.
Great shot.
I see what you mean by as you said, he gets set early. It's putting the lead foot out and holding for a moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
swinging through, but it's effective.
It is. Oh, look, very effective. The point of timing on the delivery is beautiful. So, like you say, it's there are techniques that in the book, by the book, but unfortunately, age and things, injuries get in the way, and bad hips and knees that make it impossible that you can't bowl it to the proper technique. But you find a way that fits you and your body, and you can do it repetitively. And as long as there's certain things right at the right time, like the timing point, I think how you get there. There's a lot of different ways of getting there. Again, this last bowl, it needed to be passed, and it's very, very fortunate that he found that little gap. But where it's ended is absolutely perfect. Any movement of that black bowl, especially on the forehand, the jack's coming back there, but set it up really well again.
Ooh, a bit of a grimace as he lets go.
Bit of a grimace.
Yeah. normally to do with weight, isn't it? Oh, could do some damage here. Good result, though.
Not sure why. It was a pretty handy bowl. That blue one's just blocked the jack from getting back to the wide black one as well. So he's pushed that into a really good home.
Oh, this isn't a mile away either, is it? Around that. Oh,
oh, that's outstanding. That's great bowls. Oh, he's got something. Good shot. Very good shot in the area. Might have been a little bit unlucky. Still looks like the blue disc bowl, but again, it's opened it up.
Yeah, and he did it early, and it wasn't a full-on, was it? It was just that, you know, he judged the weight well. Here we go with Byrne now, looking to his last bowl, which we said was outstanding. If he follows that down and makes sure of it, looks like he's on the same track. He's going to get around the orange again, is he? Not quite.
No, he's just slightly under, but on down. Yeah, nice confident draw. You can wiggle off the orange or the white, rest the blue. It's not bad.
He's getting the early applause. Whoa.
Oh, just unlucky. I mean, he's in the area constantly. It just need a little bit of luck to change. Gave that a chance, had a lot of options down that forehand. If it hit the blue bowl fat, he would have stopped for shot. Just at the moment, just getting edges.
Just maybe a bit too much weight on this time from Byrne.
It's the one to
Yep.
Hawke's-Bay.
One green.
So Bevan Webb puts the mat down. The Waipukara combination leading by 4-3.
Playing similar lengths, both of them. And just that nice little 3/4 length. What the lead's setting this up so well, you know. We've had 7 ends, 8 ends, and it's 1-2 has been scored and the rest have been ones. And that's the thing, you get a lot of bowls in the area, you're not going to drop big numbers, and you have opportunities to make the numbers. The skips weaving their magic and playing some shots here and there. Well, they say about lead and the pair decides who wins the game, the skip and the pair decides by how many.
Yes, yeah, good call.
You can't as a skip do it without your lead, I'll give you the tip right now.
And as Dave said earlier, Joe, you know, you can be not have the shot, but if you've got 3 handy bowls that give the skip something to play 2 or 4, then you've done your job. You don't necessarily have to draw the shot as the lead, but so long as, you know, 3 seconds is a great place to be. And a lot of skips would say that's better for me than having the shot, but with, you know, your other 2 bowls well out of play.
Yeah, 100%. It's and having a lead that understands that as well is just so important. That just because they don't have the shot doesn't mean they've failed. Obviously, you know, in the perfect world, you have 2 front toucher, back toucher, and 1 just pass kind of thing. But
Yeah.
you know, it's not all about having the shot. It's, you know, it's just about, it's not having the shot with the first bowl, it's having the shot with the last bowl. And if you can get a number around it, you make opportunities for the skip. You know, I know some people think that the skips leave the shots all to themselves and that, but you know, if you can get into the same mindset with each other, skips and leads, about, you know, all you have to do is have the shot at the end of the end, with the last bowl of the end. That's all that matters. And how you get it, you know, the lead certainly sets them up by getting bowls close and giving you opportunities to be able to just play with a weight that's not perfect. I think also, you know, there's nothing worse than you being 3 down and you've got to absolutely draw an absolute bomb. And you know, if you can just play that confident draw, knowing that there's bowls around it, knowing that if you get rid of one of your seconds, you're not going to drop a big number. Yeah, so it's definitely not about having the shot when you turn over. Obviously, it's nice if you do, but yeah, 3 bowls within a yard beats 1, you know, right on it, and 2, 3 metres away, definitely.
Byrne playing the forehand. He's got that bowl just over the jack. He can play off the inside of that. Nearly played off the inside of that shot bowl. So those are options when he looks at it.
Yeah, he's got his own bowl to turn in. If he's a bit under, he's got the shot bowl to sit. Again, your target area goes from 1 bowl to, you know, a couple of feet. It's a good shot. Really good shot. It covers the jack.
So now looking to change hands. So again, his target area is 3 bowls, isn't it? And even a flick off this would probably help. Not quite.
Yeah.
But in the zone. That might be second shot.
It just narrows the area of him being able to add another shot here. Ooh. Yeah, hasn't changed it, but
not the one he wanted to hit.
No, look, it wasn't. He'd far prefer the inside of the white one.
You've got to make decisions sometimes in a hurry, don't you? And often the best shot doesn't hit you in the face instantly.
Yeah, for sure. And I always think that as long as your lead's talking with confidence, you know, you can kind of almost talk the skip into certain shots.
Yeah.
I know I've been in teams where I've been skipping and the lead's gone da 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 da, you know, but real confident, and you've just bought into it.
Yep.
But you know, it's having that confidence and the respect for your lead, that you know that they're not going to sell you up, you know, sell you down the stream, and they're trying to pick the right shot that they know you can play as well. So, you know, you certainly have to see the shot that you're attempting to play, but you take a lot from your, talking as a skip, take a lot from your lead, and just respect their decisions and what they can see up there, and for what they know that you can do as well.
So Skip's been down, had a look. He probably play his backhand and play. He can play his second shot onto the shot. Let's see what he does. Oh no, he's. Yep, that's it. So the blue bowl, if he can make contact with that light blue ball closest to the jack, He's gone just a bit wide.
Yeah.
I would have given him a couple. Matt gets picked up by Bevan Webb. He gets the jack now, so they get the shot. That was the Waipukurau team.
Again, seven ends played and 8 shots scored. It's a arm wrestle this
Pretty
game,
tight.
isn't it?
Yeah. So it started with a 2 to Wairarapa and then a single to Hawke's Bay and then a single to Hawke's Bay and then a single to Hawke's Bay, single to Wairarapa, then 2 singles to Hawke's Bay. So it's tight, and the encouraging thing is that all the heads have really been absolutely tight. There's been a couple of run shots which have been effective. We've seen some delightful weight, excellent green. The lead's doing their jobs well.
Yeah, and the skip's playing some really good bowls under pressure as well. It's not maybe only one, 2 ends maybe they've been vulnerable, where if the shot bowl's gone, then it might have been a 2 or a 3, but generally, they haven't been left vulnerable, and they've been getting a lot of bowls on the head, a lot of bowls in play. It's if this, especially the leads, obviously you draw into a jack, and just to see their effective bowls, if they were being coded as they used to do in the New Zealand team, just coding for effective bowls with pretty much we were a mat width, but there's been a lot of bowls within a mat length, and it's a couple of feet away from the jack. It's outstanding bowls at the moment.
So the bowls with the blue stickers on are Hawke's Bay, so holding shot at the moment. Oh, not for the moment. I think maybe might have just lost it. This has become a battle between these two leads. They are really issuing a challenge to each other, aren't they? That, I've beaten your bowl, you've beaten mine. I'm going to beat yours this time. Those 3 front bowls, very, very. If we had the circles there, they'd be inside the circles.
Yeah,
so, and
not
nice
a short,
and handy.
not a short bowl.
Yeah.
And it's good as leads, have just a little game within a game against your opposition lead. I know a number of people used to score themselves against the lead, and it just keeps you focused for your 3 bowls. Obviously, a lot of things happen. 6 bowls to come behind you, but you can control what you can control, and you've got a visual at the end of your 3 bowls as to who's done the best in that end. And
yeah. So when you change over, you say, okay, I did best in that one. My bowl is closest, my positional bowl is better, and all that sort of stuff. But also you give yourself targets, don't you? These leads here have obviously said, there's no way I'm going to be short. I was the last time, only by, a little bit. So they're all in the zone this time, all past the jack, which is, it's pretty unusual.
It certainly is, and it's nice as a skip to go up to the mat and just have a free run at the jack. You're not trying to get round anything or under something, and it's just just to see if you can do it. Really, just draw a shot to a jack on the centre line without anything in the way.
We had Sharon Sims came to our club, the Raumati Club, and gave a session to junior players, but a lot of older buggers listened as well, and she just said, here's the triangle. If you can get all your bowls inside that triangle, you're a superstar. So it was basically just just saying, this is, not try to touch the jack all the time. You want to be in the triangle. Well, you look at those bowls, if you put the point of the triangle is the jack, and then spread it out to there's 1, 2, 3, there's 6 bowls there are all within that triangle, aren't they? Or those 5 all within that triangle.
For sure.
So good bowls.
Yeah, definitely. And the jack isn't 2 inches wide. The jack's effectively 3 feet. You know, if you put one 1.5 foot short, wide, narrow, long, you know, that's the size of the jack. And I think,
Yep.
you know, we all try and focus on this left thing up there, but you know, it's all about just getting more bowls within that area than opposition, and it doesn't guarantee that you're going to score on the end, but it just gives you the best chance, I think.
(5-3). Waipukurau leading Martinborough. It's 18 ends. If you've just joined in, haven't seen any of our coverage over the last 2 days, it's the Somerset Champion of Champion Peers, which means that each of the teams here have won their centre titles, having won their club titles first of all. That's a very good bowl coming in, making sure that the blue dot or blue sticker has the shot. And so they've won their way through to this. 20 men's teams have appeared here. They play 5 rounds, but that includes a bye. They must win 3 matches to qualify for post-section. I think we have 5 qualifiers for women's post-section from the 17 teams that fronted up. Shows how cutthroat the competition is.
That's about right, don't they normally say about a third qualify?
Yeah.
Oh, good result that. A bit fortunate there.
Certainly was.
Very fortunate,
and,
really.
and what was it? The one short bowl that he was able to use. All the rest were behind it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So here's the draw for the women's. One team getting the bye, and then we get through to the those playing. So we'll be through the women's competition quite rapidly. I think our next game is women's game. So we have the first match there. The winner of that plays White. And then we have that. So we're into the semi-finals, of course, there. That's if White is warmed up enough.
Real good, bro. Handy, mate.
Probably the worst 2 bowls.
What's happened?
Both these guys have put up. Been singing their praises.
Yeah. Bowls 2 and 3, though. They'll be the ones that count.
It's just a game of correction, isn't it? Just trying to correct on your last bowl. And he has nailed that line. It's only a couple of feet. Good hit up zone.
Track's all right, mate. Stretching away. Stuffing.
Kept on going.
Just to be a little bit of a fine line down this ditch hand now.
Bowl here. Stuff mucky. Yeah, that's the track, mate. Follow him down.
That sort of slight hint of desperation. Go, just follow him down, follow him down.
Please.
Yeah,
Please
please,
follow
that's
him down.
exactly it. Oh, and he is.
Played it
Good,
well.
good stuff, eh?
Played it
That's
very
good.
well. Yeah.
A relief smile on the face of James Byrne. Be a little low 5, I think, here, will it? Oh, no, not quite. But thanks, mate.
A
I
little
needed
slide.
that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, what were you worried about? Oh, I was always in control.
You got 3 bowls.
Yeah. I might have one on the bank, but, you know, the other one's where it should be.
on the bank, one narrow one, and the shot.
Yeah.
Just hold out a little bit down there.
Into it, James.
Pretty good pace. He gets a little touch of the jack or gets the underside edge of the black just to roll it out.
This one started narrow.
And that one bowl's just starting to look a bit vulnerable. You know, if Aaron can play a good shot here and just sit it out, you're under a bit of pressure with your next bowl.
Like that, Greg.
It's just a slight
Corrected his
correction
line.
needed on green. Yeah.
He just played it a bit quicker. Yes, if he'd had played that same weight as his first one, I think that would have been pretty close. Just about changing one thing. I know Dave talked about it in the first game. You know, when you do miss a bowl, a shot that you're going for, it's so important just to change one thing, because the line just changes so much with your weight selection. You just got to be so specific with which weight you're going to play, and pick the line accordingly.
O'Brien saying, I wouldn't change much, mate. And as you said, it was just that weight that he missed out on.
Close.
Here we go. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, great shot. Oh. This could have worked out a bit better for him. Great shot.
Oh,
No, it's only,
Definitely got one.
only worth.
yeah. I think the orange
Martin
bowl's the
Barrett.
shot, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. From this angle. A couple of feet to draw this, or is he going to look at the bowl, look at going for the bowl? He's only got 1 second, but it's a wee way away from the shot bowl. And just draw it.
Just humming a bit.
Just a bit quick more than anything, because the line was pretty good.
Yeah. O'Brien goes in, picks up the mat and the jack. Another single is scored in this tight match.
Great shot by Aaron Love. You know, he picked his weight, played the shot accordingly. Just got jammed on a bowl. It could have been a lot better for them, but you know, when you're one down and you end up getting the shot, it's a cracking shot in anyone's books.
Yep. He'd much prefer to be putting a single up on the board than turning the opposition's numbers over.
Dead right.
5-4. Coming up to the halfway stages of this, 18 ends or a 2-hour time limit. Most games tend to be getting to 16 or 17 ends. These guys are going quite quick. We talked in the first game, Joe, about, you know, the leads. Once the second player played his third, they both start walking down and saving time and money in a timed game, time limit game. It's just keeps the game flowing. And we did have a lot of time in that previous game straightening the jack. The leads, particularly one lead, just, you know, trying to send it down the rink, the outside marker track almost, you know, and so the skips were constantly going up and straightening the jack. And you think probably they could have got 18 ends in quite easily if there wasn't that much time spent on those little things, which don't appear much.
Yes.
and aren't much really, but you know, if it was 18 all and you're coming down to the 18th end and you miss out on the 18th or 18-17, and you think, gosh, if I'd moved a bit quicker or thrown the jack a bit straighter, we could have got that extra end in.
Oh, good shot.
Finicky.
A great shot there by
That's nice.
Evan Webb.
Yeah.
And I think you're right, like with the leads following the last bowl, But it's important when it's not your last bowl that you make sure you walk on the other side of the rink, just so that they can watch their bowl go up the, because it is their head, their rink until that bowl stops. So just a little bit of etiquette.
Yeah, and I think as we talked about the fact, sometimes you're on the mat and you don't even remember that you have got the final bowl. So you're standing watching it, and when you see the opposition start to walk, you think, oh, okay, I'll go.
So, there you go. I remember.
Yep. Yep. Here they go. Look at this. See, he's played his last bowl, and he's halfway down the track already, and O'Brien's following him. So, well, that's why he was coming quickly. He wanted to have a look at them.
He wanted to watch it.
Take a photo. Yeah.
Oh, it's really good bowls. Crikey, any skip would be happy with them.
Yep.
Depending what Aaron does here with this first bowl, it's just got to probably be looking at that just past the jack now. Again, movement of that jack is on the cards. Has been most other ends, so why would this end be different?
Dragging the jack across would be handy. I didn't need to hit that really, but however, he's next time gives him an even better line. Target there. Here goes Burn on the same hand.
Yeah, just got to try and just get past to the orange. But if he takes away that shoulder, and I mean the shoulder of the bowl at about jack level on the left here as we look at it.
Yep.
It looks a little bit too easy for Aaron to flop off that bowl. Just take away those shoulders are huge in this game. Got the target again. Ooh. Oh, unlucky. Wow.
So I think the only one he took was his.
It's probably 4 down now. Fortunately, he probably was a little bit tight. If he was a bowl higher, he would have got a really good result. Just can't predict when you're a little bit tight what's going to happen to these bowls.
So Burn,
I think he's got to go again.
Putting one down the back. Yep.
Yeah, he's got to go again. Kill the end, even if the jack in the ditch are only 1 down. He's tight again. Get off there. Hello. Hey. Cut it down. Cut it down. Tight. Good result again. Wasn't probably in the area that he wanted, but he's cut it down.
Well, as you look at that, you say that orange is worth 4, but a bit hard to get out. Here we draw around, sit on it even. Yeah. Hey, you wonder if he might go... 2. Yeah. Go backhand and smack it out.
Yeah, it's just there's too many short of the jack for my liking to play a shot like that, John. It's you're holding 2. You draw another good one for 3.
Take it.
Yeah, if you're looking for shots, yes, definitely, but a good 2 right here is pretty good. Put some 7-5 up.
Halfway stage of this section play match between Martinborough and Waipukurau. And it's the Waipukurau team representing Hawke's Bay up by 7-4, 7-5.
This takes a bowl on the centre line short, just takes the visual away from your opposition, and then becomes a feel. It's not a sight as such. We do a practice where we put a rubbish bin in front of the jack, so you can't see the jack, but you know that if you've got the right line and the right weight, you're going to draw around it. And Just, if you've got a few short bowls and the jack gets moved, just to take that visual side away from it, and it's just becoming how hard do I have to throw this little critter, and get round a rubbish bin. It's a real good exercise. Good shot.
Yep.
Very good shot.
I'll remember they had 2 pretty ordinary opening bowls coming this way last time, and then they tightened it up, and they've remembered that. That's
they've made up for it here.
Gee. Yes.
It's been a pretty good display of lead bowls. Barring 1 or 2 bowls here and there, geez, it's been outstanding. As you can see by the score, only 2 multiples, 2 twos, and the rest have been 1s. Lots of close bowls around, lots of options. Close again.
Bad bowl either.
Oh, that's pretty good. I like that though, playing it as if he's down. It just reinforces in your mind that you can confidently draw. That bowl's pretty much jack high, so you can't really turn it in. Anything sitting on it's a great result. Again, there probably wasn't a reason to change your hand. He's played 2 cracking bowls down that the ditch side, and even if he just got past the one just short of the jack, it's a great result. You change your hand onto a hand that you haven't really played a lot. There's a little bit of guesswork involved. Where down this backhand, he's nailing the line, 85% of the time. So.
Nice follow through from James Byrne.
Just knocked that another one up for 3rd shot. Now Aaron can be playing this forehand with a nice confident draw, sit on the black. Even a little touch of the jack makes a world of pain for James's next bowl.
That's a good line. Is he going to get
got
around
the
that short bowl?
They'd be short. Oh, it's made it tough now.
Now he's got his own bowl to get around, and that's quite awkward. And it's jammed up against a black bowl, I think.
Yeah, to play with enough weight to sit the black bowl that's in the measure for shot. That I'm not sure you can get round that orange and get back to it. So might be manufacturing something up the other hand now for Aaron. Uh-oh.
Ooh. Yeah, you're safe here, mate. Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So there's 2 blue bowls with the red stickers on. They belong to O'Brien of Martinborough. The black one belongs
chucked
to
it out here. It's a
Webb.
nice track down here. Wow. That had a big turn on it.
Oh,
and a little
yeah,
touch to make 3. What a shot. What a great shot. Just change that weight to pretty much a dead draw. Back toucher, happy days. Oh, hold this.
So a tight end, but a brilliant bowl. Last orange bowl that went down there. He's still got one to play too, hasn't he? Yes, he has.
One,
From
yeah.
Aaron Love. He's given them 3.
You know, drawing the shot was a great shot, but falling back onto the jack, wowee. Stunner.
And if he changes nothing here, ooh,
They go back into the
sharp
lead.
intake of breath.
Yeah, a little bit quick, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, he's played a bomb.
Yep. 3 it is.
3. Wow. Great shot.
Three to Wairarapa, and they take the lead at 8-7. Just going a bit longer this time by the looks of that jack that's been tossed up. See
He's
what...
brought the mat up. Brought the mat up a couple of metres,
Oh.
so it's a similar length, but just in a different part of the green. Oh, and no like. Turned us back pretty quickly here. Yes.
Not that far short either,
Oh,
according to his skip.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he's unhappy with that, he's setting himself a high standard. It's that feel, isn't it? Sometimes you get it right.
It
Most
is.
times.
And you just know, you know, but that's when you're playing good. You know, it's a feel when it comes out of your hand. You know if it's, you know, heavy, short, wide, narrow. It's just hard not to judge your bowls going up. It's all about learning from them, and you know, it's about feeding the right things into the big computer. And you know, the minute you say, "Oh, I'm too wide," "Oh, I'm too narrow," "too short," it's all kind of negative. It's not about judging your bowls as they go up. It's about watching them and learning from them. Just the art of correction in this game is the name of the game, really.
And when you mention watching and learning, if we look at O'Brien with his next one, he's got the blue bowls, as we see this classy first lead bowling from Bevan Webb. So you watch him, when he delivers, he watches it for a moment, and then he turns his back and walks back towards the ditch, and then he has a look at where it goes. Oh no, he's fooling me this time. It must be only when he thinks it's not going well.
Might be a good one, this one.
Yeah.
I think it is, yeah.
Oof. But
I mean,
often
no
I've
one
seen
wants
him.
to watch.
No, you're right. No one wants to watch a bad bowl.
Yeah, but you learn from them.
So the leads are finished. This 12th end. Blue stickered bowls are holding a couple. Disappointed because he saw such a great line in through there. He'd be in his mind to grab 3, maybe just go past the jack so he didn't leave his bowls exposed. But at least they're holding 2 shots here. Those black speckle bowls of Bevan Webb of Waipukurau.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity to whack another one in there with his last one. You know, really heap the pressure on Aaron. He will be disappointed with that last one, but you know, it's not. The first 2 ones were 2 bowls were pretty good. Acted as a block.
Yeah, I was going to say the worst bowl there.
Yeah, so frustrating when you do that too. Back into a short bowl. He was probably a bit tight if he was hitting that one with that pace. But,
and now his gets in the road.
Here we go again. It's getting better all the time, this orange run.
Not there now, mate. That was looking pretty close.
Going to hit something.
Oh,
It's getting closer with each one. Still a couple down though.
probably just a bit quick, you know. He had a perfect line to get back to the centre line on the draw. Just when you chuck them a couple of yards of weight, it just takes a different line. And again, just specific with the weight that you're going to play.
Getting movement now, mate. Big turn. Could be.
That's another shot, I think.
Beat that ball, mate. That's third shot. Don't want to lose it. You can move it that far, though.
2 down. Says his other orange shot is third shot. I think that's what he said. So you just don't want to lose it.
Sorry, mate. Get on there, Dilly. You might get the jack, mate.
Oh, good track
That's
here.
a good shot
good
here.
track.
What a shot. That's an awesome shot. Jeez, he's played a few big bowls lately. Real good skips roll is, you know, if you're 3 down to get second shot here, kill an end here, and you know, it's not all about getting the shot all the time. It's just about recovering and reducing, and when you can do that, the big bowls in the big scheme of the game. He's close here too. Oh. Wow.
No change.
Half a
Sure.
bowl narrow.
I think that was.
Wow.
Yeah, good end. I mean, not the tightest we've seen, but still intriguing all the way through. Red stickers, Wairarapa pick up another. That's 9-7.
Just, I don't know about you, John. You're expecting, you know, the game to change. Whoever's holding shot not to have shot. The opposition to get wrestle shot back. It's been a really great game to watch and to commentate on. It's been some cracking
It's
bowls.
that right through to the last bowl. We expect change.
Yeah, you don't know who's going to be scoring the shots on each end. It's intriguing.
Rather be heavy than short, he says. It's now we see the first bowl played 3 very good ones going the other way, or 2 very good ones. Bevan Webb plonks one in there. It's handy.
Just press repeat, please.
Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, I think the first half of the game, Mark was a bit on top, but now Bevan's caught up, and it's been a real tussle for the lead of the match. Both played really, really well, really set it up well, and the skips are playing their role great as well. Wow. That's outstanding.
O'Brien looking to salvage this situation because he will sense that his opponent is in the zone.
It's a good attempt. Oh, you got 1 foot away and you're 2 down. It's not bad, is it?
No, that's not bad.
Probably 3.
Well, the way this man's been playing of late, wouldn't be surprising.
Geez, he's close again. 3 outstanding bowls there.
Yeah.
Happy days.
So the skip goes down the other end, just looking back and saying, "Oh, this is pretty good. I'm in a great position to score on this end, without doubt." And it's all thanks to my lead, Bevan Webb. who on this particular end, or the last two in fact, has just gained an edge over Mark O'Brien from Martinborough. So now it's Aaron Love. He's been down there, he's watched the line that those other bowlers are taking, he's seen the weight that they've been using, he knows that he's in good form, he can get in there, and that's a pretty good opener.
That's a good start, very good start.
Byrne just needs to beat that one, really. And does.
Yeah, Aaron's just looking at beating his last bowl. Very, very close for at least second shot. He's beat the last bowl that came in.
Yeah. And then Byrne will look at beating that. He's
and
not a mile away either.
It's just been the way.
Yeah.
The way it's
Here
going.
we go. Here we go.
Great shot.
Oh.
Oh. Wow. And a little bit unlucky, Aaron Love. He's got a few edges that, you know, you hit a bowl fat, you get such a different reaction, and you just hope that you start getting that little bit of luck on your side. You keep putting the bowls in the general area, and hopefully the luck evens itself out a bit.
Not a bad call there either, just to put one slightly over, if that was his intention. It looked to be, his line was a bit wider and not much though, a wee bit more weight. He knows that.
Quite like this with Aaron. He's you know, he runs back to the mat. He knows that, you know, there's a time limit game, and sometimes it is, you need to have a look up at the head just to get different perspective of distances, but, you know, he jogged back to the mat, so you can't complain there. It's close again. Jeez, he's just on the heavy, just touch heavy, but 3 fantastic bowls without really changing anything. Yeah, jeez.
Yep, holding 2. Just sit on those orange ones. That'll get you another one.
Yeah,
Last bowl of this
draw
end.
Another one.
Yep. Yeah, just easy, isn't it?
He's always a bit.
It's a bit finer.
On the tighter side.
Oh, a bit of luck. Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's still
two
got
up
2.
to
I
2
think.
up.
Yeah. Could
A little bit lucky and a little bit unlucky, I suppose. If he's a bowl higher, he draws for 3, but lucky he didn't fat the jack back for 1 down. So another great end of bowls. Brings them level again, is it?
Yeah, 9 all, 13 ends gone.
Yeah, five times in the match they've levelled up. I can't pick a winner. I don't know about you, John.
No, I'd be reluctant to. And this chap has really come into his hit his straps, hasn't he? He's setting it up for his lead, for his skip, by just getting a couple of his bowls closer than his opponent. So you would suggest if he can keep that form going, then he's they'd have a better chance. And he started off reasonably well again.
Sure, but I'm certainly not ruling out Mark O'Brien on drawing a couple of close ones either. It's I think just in the last few ends, Evans just, you know, he's got bowls like 6 inches away. It's just been really, really good lead bowls. You know, tough to beat. You know, 6 inches, not a lot on the length that they're playing, and where Mark's been good, he's been a foot away. But yeah, this guy's had 2 inside that, so been very good.
Just looking to add a couple of feet to his previous bowl. Looks like he has. That's nice adjustment. That's in a really handy place too. But O'Brien, we saw him earlier, he was certainly getting a couple within the zone all the time. Doesn't need to, oh, he's changed his hand, has he? Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I suppose if he's going to do it with your second one to give you a real good look for your last one. He's played it well. It's a really good turnover there. probably thinks now, why hadn't I played that hand before? Sometimes it just takes you changing hands just to refocus and reset. And you know, the amount of times that you do change your hand and you play a bomb, it certainly works. Not really a good last one there. It's really probably not going to come into play. I think ideally he would have turned the shot bowl over once or twice. Just take that shoulder away. I mean, now even though it's a bowl low, there is a nice confident draw down here for James. You know, a little touch of the blue bowl, a little touch of the jack. It's all going in favour of them.
Yeah.
It's just about just taking those shoulders away, making it as hard as possible for your opposition to get a shot.
Because James has got that bowl, the only one that's past the jack. He can go inside edge of his own.
Yeah.
Knocked it up, possibly for shot, but not quite, I don't think.
It's a great weighted shot. You know, he's got a number of options down there, and you know, he's got another really good second. It's important here for Aaron to get another one close. Blue Critter's just looking a bit vulnerable there for my liking. Yeah, good shot.
Yeah.
It's
still vulnerable, isn't it?
For an absolute perfect shot. You know,
they're
just fine margins of a good bad one to a good one. Just the one down, but I don't think the shot changes. It's a confident draw up there, a little bit of the jack.
Yeah. He can, you know, use the edge of that, inside edge of that orange bowl that's down there. He can get through the gap to the jack. He's got the backest bowl. He just needed to be slightly... Oh, this is a better line from him. He's going to count the jack.
A bit
wow.
Quicker than I thought, but...
Yeah.
The last thing you wanted to do there was be short, so look, he was confident with that shot. Didn't get it 100% perfect, but it's now what a one bowl draw to the ditch. Aaron's got 2 bowls left, but yeah, a little drawing competition between the skips now.
This is the practice, isn't it? When you're having a roll up or you've played an end which you've won, don't waste that last bowl. Bowl to the ditch.
Great shot.
Where you can. Yeah, that's good. Good practice, and that's a nice shot. You can see the white marker, I think, they put up the back there. I like those ones at Hastings last week where they were they Velcro or something, and
Velcro
they stuck
to the back. Yeah. It's nice to have 2 bowls when you draw into the ditch as well.
Yes.
That first one was so important that he got the shot. I know he had 2 or 3 metres to get it. Sometimes we try and get too perfect and too close to the ditch, and you drop one in, they add another one, and all of a sudden you've got, you know, you're 3 or 4 down. You've got a long way to get second shot, but you say, I want first shot, and you just get too perfect, and it's so important that first bowl of Aaron's was just absolute brilliant.
And now he's gone just a bit close. That's really good.
Very well. 2 very good bowls. Now, it's funny, like they were a metre away from the jack, and we're saying that they're absolute brilliant bowls, but you know, when you draw into the ditch and you've got a couple of metres to draw, you just got to make it count.
Section play qualifying game between Martinborough and Waipukurau. Martinborough representing Wairarapa Centre, and Waipukurau representing Hawke's Bay. And it's 11-9 now to Love and O'Brien of Wairarapa. Matt comes out a bit.
About, what, 4 ends to play in half an hour, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Should be close to getting them all in.
So here we go. He just likes to bowl first.
Wow. Turned his back early too. I know, we used to have a guy in Nelson, John O'Kane, absolute outstanding draw bowler, and he had these round-the-world bowls, and he'd just let one go and he'd turn his back, and you knew that when he turned his back, it was a cracker, you know. And I remember one guy was just getting so frustrated with him, and he just turned to him and he said, "John, if you turn your back one more time, I'm going to whack you." And it was just because you just knew that it was just as night follows day, it was just a front toucher, back toucher.
Yeah.
Had it on a string.
So good change of mat position and length here by O'Brien, because there's no doubt that Bevan Webb was getting into the zone with the length he was playing. And now he has to make his correction.
Yeah, it was a good call. I'm not sure whether it was from Aaron or Mark to change this length, but you did right. You know, Bevan had been nutting the length that he was playing, and just changing it up a little bit by, you know, it's not too much of a difference length, it's just where the mat is, and it just plays differently. A real good decision. Oh, brilliant bowled back toucher. Really good. Yeah, good third shot. Probably, you know, all he can ask for. 2 really good shots by Mark.
I suppose with the way that is, you know, back touch is really good, isn't it? And that front one's not far out. So what Byrne has to play with, of course, are the Webb's first 2 balls, which are, you know, a good metre or so past, or a couple of metres in one case. So he knows he's got bowls over the back if he needs to go aggressively. I think we might see a matcher here.
Yeah, the last place Aaron wanted to play one was 6 inches short and 6 inches wide to fatten that target up. You know, it's you know, you're 2 up. You've got 2 really good shots here. You know, it's all about protecting what you've got, I think, when you've got 2 cracking shots. You know, back toucher and one pretty much on the centre line. He's got his own. Yeah, it's the danger only having one on the head. It's yeah, you just do not want to be fattening this up.
He didn't let that go at all well.
No. It's only pretty much a 1-bowl target too. Tough shot. I just think that, you know, with his first one, he should have been trying to fatten it up or get another third. Now he's in a bit of a world of pain. He's 5 down. And now you think, you know, you've got to be drawing for third shot for a good... Because you're not out of this game, you know, even if you drop a 2 here, it's 4 behind with 3 to play, and you're not out of this game, but you drop a number here, it's going to be pretty tough to come back.
Maybe first one, give yourself something in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, good decision. Yeah, he's got a, you know, a good 2 yards to get third shot. Yeah, very good shot. That's a really good shot.
So from 5 down to maybe just 2?
Just 2.
3,
it's a big shot, big bowl in the context of the game.
Love can now draw onto that last bowl of his opponent's. Beat it.
Yeah, just try and beat that last white one. It's he's got 2.5 feet. Yeah, it's okay.
Not where he
God, you
wanted
don't
that, eh?
really... No, it's not. It's not. It's well usable, if that's a word in the game.
Absolutely.
No, I favour up. I favour up for the third shot.
Oh, is he again?
Changing hands, is he?
Yeah, is he going it? Yeah. Wow.
Oh,
Oh, jingos.
oh goodness.
I thought he'd clipped his own. Wow.
Oh, gee.
Oh, crocky.
His lead is now breathing again.
Oh, so am I. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, but lucky to
Certainly
just
wasn't
come
the
away
shot I
with 2
expected
down, I
from
think,
there.
there.
Yeah. That could have been the game.
It would have been all 6, I think.
Yeah.
Just sometimes I think, you've got to take your punishment. You've got to look at the state of the game, where you are, the shots, the score. You're 11-9 down, 2 at the worst, 13-9. Okay, you've only got 3 ends to play, but you're only 4 behind. It's hey, you win 2 or 3 of those ends, and you're going to win the game. But you drop a 6 there, and it's pretty much shake hands.
And with the way the back bowls were, I mean, even if he'd smacked that, he'd have to be going for the kill. If yeah. If he hadn't got the kill, if he'd hit them and hadn't got the kill, it could be even worse for him.
Yeah. Well,
however,
we all read it a bit different.
Yep. So O'Brien again starting well. He's dictating the position of the mat and the jack, and he's got another one in the zone.
Wow. Neither skips can be disappointed with their leads in this game.
No. Look at this coming in nicely.
Yeah. 4 great bowls again. Yeah, good communication between the 2 of them. Knows exactly what he's going to do, what a skip wants him to do.
And he's doing it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, very good. 3 fantastic bowls.
Quickly into his work. Bevan Webb searching for that little gap into Jack. If this stays on, though, I don't think his skip will be worried.
Yeah. Oh,
No,
he
in the ditch.
just needs to stay on, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, I think if you're missing, you've got to be staying on just to give your skip a few more options.
No discussion about the last shot on the last end. They've forgotten about that. It's in the back of their minds, and away they go.
Ah.
This is developing into a very tidy end for this Wairarapa combination from Martinborough. 3 bowls there from the lead, Mark O'Brien.
Really good shot here by Aaron too. Very good home there. I don't think James is going to be short.
Just searching for that gap or the shot bowl. He's not going to stay on either.
Just picking that weight that, you know, if I miss, it's not a negative to think, what if I miss? You know, if I miss, I need it to be finishing in a decent home that gives my next bowl every chance of doing well.
Slightly narrowed the gap for him.
Yep.
Change hands and play on to the shot bowl. So he always going to have another wee nibble.
It's going to get a
Good
track.
line. Yeah.
Oh, not as much weight with that one. It's changing 2 things. Yeah, he took a good couple of metres off that.
Good to know though, eh? Yeah, or just in case. You don't want to suddenly be told, oh, here's your last thing. Oh, yeah. Especially when you have an opportunity for a number and you don't take it.
You could add to the pain here.
Yeah, that's neatened it up very nicely. He's going more for just a nice confident draw, bit of jack movement by a couple of feet.
Yeah,
Just
you could see
with
Bevan
weight.
Webb said, I want your weight to here, mate. I want your weight to here. Oh, and he played the weight well.
Yeah, they just had to get round that front orange. But Aaron certainly made it a lot harder with where he put his last bowl. Three, was it?
3, I think so, yeah. Yeah, they cleared the 3 out, and I think O'Brien went in and said, no, that's it. I'll take the 3. So a big run at the moment for the team from Wairarapa.
Yeah,
2
7 up,
twos and a
2 to
3.
play.
Yeah. Mathematically.
Relatively, yeah, relatively comfortable, but not. Yeah, seen it happen before.
There was the O'Brien turn of the back there.
Yes, maybe it is a sign that when he turns his back, it's a good one.
Yeah. Nice line again for O'Brien.
Down to the back. Must be getting boring for him, I think. Drawing shots.
Just goes a bit wider than the line of O'Brien here. Good home though.
Good home there. I mean, they're similar distances away from the jack, both bowls, but oh geez, you'd take the back one, the one past the jack, over the front one any day.
Especially when this one gets an inside edge of your short one and goes in for another shot.
Oh, yuck. Yeah.
Yep.
It's like a double whammy, isn't it?
Yeah. asking him to change hands, which he hasn't played much. Coming this way. Still grinning, might be down by 7 on the board and 3 down on the head. But Bevan Webb and James Byrne look as though they're good mates. They get on. You don't want to travel away with someone you don't get on with when you're playing peers, eh?
No, it can be a very long weekend.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Oh, look, if you can play with your mates, it just makes it so much easier. You know their humour, you know when to lighten the moment, you know when to, arm around the shoulder. It's really important to know the people that you're playing with and how to get the best out of them.
From the Waipukurau Club, James Byrne, the skip of this pair. That's his own bowl, so needs to play a blinder shortly, because suddenly this game is out of reach unless he can get in and secure the shot.
Yeah, I think, that they really need to be scoring a 3 or a 4 here.
Yeah.
One's just, leaves 6 to get on the last end. No one wants to be in that position, so he's really got to try and play a shot for a few.
So just narrow it up slightly from his last. His weight wasn't too bad. Oh, he's playing the other hand. All right, that's cool. And if he can trail the jack, he's got 3, maybe potential for 3. No, it's just not working for him at the moment.
No, you've got to try and manufacture shots where you're trying to drag a bare jack, metre, 5 feet. It's getting desperation stuff.
And fair enough, Aaron Love and Mark O'Brien are playing strategically now. They're looking, as O'Brien is, and watching how can they get some shots. And he says, I need one here, and he's put it exactly there.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. You've got to try and kill it now, I think, and have another go. Going to be hard to kill, but I don't think there's a score on here.
Oh, well, moving it. Oh, he's going to miss wide. He misses wide, and I think that's a 3 and a shake of the hands. And so it is a 19-9 victory for the team from the Wairarapa, from the Martinborough Bowling Club in the Wairarapa. Aaron Love and Mark O'Brien march on in their quest to qualify here for the Somerset Champion of Champion Peers. They've beaten James Byrne and Bevan Webb of Waipukurau in a match which ended up, Joe, at 10 points the difference, and yet for much of that game they were level pegging, weren't they?
Yeah, it didn't feel like it was a game that there would have been 10 shots in it and not playing the last end, but it just shows that constant pressure up front. And Bevan came onto his game. Well, he wasn't really off it, to be fair, at the start. But Mark O'Brien really finished that game well, put a heap of pressure on James, and unfortunately, when you are under that amount of pressure, often when you're trying to manufacture shots, it gets pretty hard. So, no, really good win by the Martinborough guys, really deserved. But fantastic game all around to watch. I really enjoyed that one.
Absolutely. All right, time to grab a cup of tea or something, Joe, and then we'll be back after these highlights from this match in the men's pairs at the Hopes Dunedin Stadium.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on.
Well, we return now to the Hopes Dunedin Stadium, where we continue with day 2 of the Somerset Champion of Champion Peers, and we remain with the men's section now, and it's a match which we're looking forward to immensely, because it features some very, very experienced players against some who are not quite so experienced, but all have so much talent and good results. I'm John Macbeth, and joining me again is Joe Edwards. And this match is between Brian Little and Ian Monaghan of Palmerston North in Manawatu, and they're against Stephen Hughes and Alan Cotter of Whangamata Bowling Club in Thames Valley. As we watch this first end, we'll give you just an update now on the ladder and who's done what so far throughout this men's Champion of Champion Peers. Just be aware that 3 wins is enough to get them through to the next round. And so these are some of those who are featuring. Some of those up at the top are ones that you'd be expecting to do well, the likes of the Aramaho, that Geraldine combination going extremely well. Bannockburn, of course, without Scotty, who's not in that team. And so we'll just see how these combinations go here in this match this afternoon, which, as I say, features Brian Little and Ian Monaghan, Palmerston North, and Stephen Hughes and Alan Cotter. So, Joe, I was chatting to you just beforehand, and I said, I think Ian Monaghan's got a pretty good record. And then I just checked and found that he's won something like 80 centre titles. This is him now on the mat. 80 centre titles, 72 of them, I think, with Wairarapa, now with Manawatu, and he's won other centre titles in Kapiti, Taranaki, somewhere else. So, not a bad record.
Look, I think it might be time for him to have a wee break and give someone else a go, eh? 72 centre titles. That's just crazy.
And when Ian hears this, and he'd be immediately onto the phone saying, hang on, you don't get it right. You didn't get it right. It's 74 now. But anyway, that's the last I saw of him, 72.
Wow, that's outstanding, isn't it?
Yeah. He's a dedicated bowler. He's I've seen him in action quite a lot over the years, and he's never far away. And he's leading in this game with Brian Little. And they're up against a couple from Whangamata who I noticed were juniors last season, 2022. So whether they're both still juniors or have moved just out of the junior ranks, I'm not sure. This is Stephen Hughes and Alan Cotter. The Cotter-Hughes combination from Thames Valley have the blue stickers on them, so it looks like they're holding a couple of shots here, and therefore the red stickers belong to Little and Monaghan.
Pretty good start again by the 2 leads.
Yep.
As we saw in the last game, the leads certainly set it up in the whole entirety of that game. It was an outstanding game to watch.
Wow, look at that for a nice little group. He breaks him up a little bit. Might well have saved a shot there. But the way that Hughes delivered his previous one, he's liable to put one straight back in that same spot.
Wowee.
Yep.
We might be in for another ripper here, John, I think. By the looks of this first end.
I think so. Little playing with weight this time. Might just go wide.
It's a good call early in this game. 3 down. Very, very close 3 bowls. Even if you get onto one, kill the end, start again. But yeah, good decision to drive with that second bowl.
So one thing that Hughes won't want to do is fatten this up at all. So he's just looking to park up in the middle. Not all bad, but if Little goes wide this time, he's got an extra bowl, an extra target there. Here he goes. Is it another little run at it? Yep. Bit of a bounce before it goes. Nothing but missing those 3 or 4, is it?
Yeah.
4 it is.
4.
What a great start. Yeah, outstanding start for the team from Whangamata Thames Valley representatives. And they take the early lead at 4-0.
Yeah, it's certainly a good pickup in the first end. You want to start the game strong, and you want to win the first end, but to get a 4 is, yeah, it's just stamping your foot on it a little bit. The game and your boys, or else, yeah, early days, first end, but a great start by the Whangamata boys.
Whangamata, distinctive colours. Hear the bounce as the bowls hit the solid underfloor here at the Hopes Dunedin Stadium. Playing this way for the first time. They have had a couple of ends warm up.
Yeah, it's a little bit, when you hear that bit of a donk when you let the bowl go, but disconcerting. But yeah, it's just trying to get that delivery as smooth as it coming out of the hand, so it's grassing really, really nicely and really, really smooth. So it's easier to make corrections when you get it out on its running surface as quickly as possible and as smooth as possible. Good correction. So, pretty good weight with his first one.
And same weight with the second, and he just brought it in a little bit, made it a bit tighter, brought it in closer to the centre line. Here's Monaghan, has a couple of corrections to make. Well, no, he has a weight correction to make because his line was very good first up.
And he has 2 really well-corrected bowls. You know, we talk about it's all about the correction. It's just learning from the bowl before, but they're only little corrections. So many times we try and overcorrect and make adjustments, and that's where you get the fluctuations of the one's a metre wide, then the next one's a metre narrow. There's not a lot of a metre wide bowl. Well used. At least it was his own one.
Yeah.
Nothing worse than someone getting a rub off one of your horrible short bowls in for shot.
That's true, yeah.
It's your own fault for putting it there, but it's like a double whammy.
So the players switch over now with the Whangamata team feeling a bit better than the opposition and just holding the shot there.
And straight away, Cotter's put some pressure on Ian Monaghan here. The first 2 ends, he's had a couple of shots when they've turned over.
Puts one way down the back.
Pretty good first bowl by Stephen just putting one round the back. You know, I don't think there's much on with any kind of weight, but you just never know. Changes that hand and plays down the backhand's probably the only chance of some jack movement, but it's hard to read sometimes what they're going to play. Just get one down that back, at least you've got it covered, and you can kind of forget about that.
Yeah, no, come on to your one. Or round the back here.
That's
Yeah,
not a
not a
pretty
bad
good
place,
home.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, really good weight just to roll his first bowl up and over to add. Hasn't really got a lot on here. It's Brian.
Well, he's found that gap nicely. He sits on the shot
Pretty
bowl.
good effort, that.
Gee, yeah. Yeah, with not much
Pretty good effort, that.
possibility of reward. So a single
No, there
there, was
wasn't
it?
really. Yeah, it wasn't really a
Yeah.
chance of getting the shot on the draw
No.
down that backhand, but you know, I think they summed it up, and it's good for a skip to get his drawing game on early too. So get the weight of the carpet.
I see Stephen Hughes standing with his foot saying, I want it about here, and his lead obliges. It's not a bad throw if that's what he was after. I want it right here. Thank
Delivers
you.
it pretty good. Yes, it is an art, the delivering of the jack. A lot of people think it's just the way to start the end, but it's so much more. You can dictate the length. That's something that you can control, and so be specific when you are, and practice it. It's all very well saying that, you chuck it up and that's the way it goes, but man, it can be such a game changer.
And having asked for the jack there and got it there, he then sees, or I'm talking about Hughes, then sees his lead put one in a very good position. It's just over the jack. So it could be in the play, could have even been in the play now as Ian Monaghan puts one right on the little yellow thing.
Yeah, and I think just the ability of these players, the jack movement, it just doesn't stay in its original place very often. So yeah, bowls 2 foot past the jack are always going to be playing a part in the end.
Oh, gee, that was he changed hands and played the perfect shot.
Really good shot, really good weight. It was on the tighter side a little bit, but weight, you get away with a lot with good weight. He's close as well. That's outstanding bowls by the two of them.
Yeah.
Again, this jack's moved twice in 4 bowls.
And it's gone back, so each of the bowlers needs to be aware that, well, I need to put on half a metre or a metre of weight, if they're good enough to judge that. I mean, I just say, oh, I've got to put on a half metre, but, you know, it never happens. But these guys are nutting it, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. It's like one rotation of a bowl's about, a foot, 18 inches. So it's not a big correction. Adding a half a metre. I mean, you're just trying to beat your last bowl, or just keep it simple in your mind.
So we talked in the last game, Joe, about the leads having little games, competitions against themselves, not verbalising it, but mentally standing there and thinking, right, I want to win this. I want to have the better shot of the two of us, and at the moment it's going the way of Alan Cotter, who's picked up a couple on this end. He's got the two closest as the skips go down to the mat. So going very well.
Yeah, for sure, but I wouldn't rule out Ian changing that dynamic sometime shortly.
No.
He's a fantastic player, as you say, 72 centre titles. He's been around a long time. I know his dad used to live in Nelson, used to play here, and so, you know, got to know Ian quite well, and just an outstanding bowler, and has been doing the business for a number of years.
Well, so far, Monaghan and Little beat Kevin Smith and Bruce Milne of Hinuera 17-15, and then they lost to Ray Wilson and Peter Bellis of Aramaho, and then they've had the bye. So they've had one win from their 3 games, so they really do need to win this.
And Stephen and Alan, how have they been going?
Here we go. They've they have played Keanu Darby and Roger Stephen of North East Valley, and they got beaten 20-7 by them. Keanu Darby's a outstanding young player, isn't he? And Roger Stephen. So
Yeah, they both are.
So North East Valley beat them, 20-7, and then they played David Haynes and Dylan Haynes from Okaiho Bowling Club, and they beat them by 21-14, and then they've had the bye. So they've got the same scores so far, same results.
So they both. So Ian Monaghan and Brian have won, lost 2, have they?
Yeah, one. They've had a bye in there, so they've basically won 2 and lost 1. Yeah.
Okay.
So both have identical
so
records.
It's all on.
Yeah.
In post section already after win.
Yeah. So Monaghan has the mat, takes it out. Don't bother kicking the bowls back, he says. I'll bring it down here. I want to upset your rhythm a wee bit. Five-1 the score, 3 ends gone. There's 18 ends and a time limit of 2 hours. Okay, so perhaps Monaghan's just thinking to himself, well, that was a good move. I don't know whether they changed the length of the... Oh, yes, it's a change of length, isn't it? He pulled the mat out quite a bit.
Yeah,
But then he
a little bit
didn't
shorter.
put them... Yeah, a bit shorter. The old head, the experienced head. Not at all phased by the fact they dropped a 4 on the first and were 5-0 down after 2. Always thinking.
I think you'd rather drop a 4 or a 5 or a 6 on the first end than the last.
Yeah.
You have plenty of time to recoup. It's just about patience and not panicking. It's just that big P word, the big patience. It's people.
Yeah.
You don't lose a game you don't win a game in the first couple of 3 ends, but geez, you go a long way to losing one if you just don't show a lot of patience and go looking for shots, play risky shots. Just dropping ones if you're going to drop the end. Second shot's just huge. Big bowl second shot.
Yes, it is. It is good to be reminded, or remind yourself of the fact that second shot's a good shot. In fact, second shot's a great shot.
Yeah, second and third and fourth, it's
Yeah,
all about getting more in the area than your opposition. We keep saying it, but it's just such a big part of the game. Options at the end of the end, that's all the skip wants.
I had some newer players at our club before we went off to the National Fours in Central Otago earlier this year, Joe, and we asked Rex Holmes, who has won numerous titles in Wellington and in Kapiti, if he wouldn't mind coming and sharing some advice about fours play. And one of the first things he said was, look, always remember, second shot. He said, if you can draw second shot for me when I'm the skip, I love you. Just second shot. Don't get down if you haven't got the shot. Second shot is great. And it's just that experience from someone like that who's been on the scene for a long time, and everyone respects his knowledge and expertise. So it was just one of the key things. If you're taking bullet points down from his chat, you would have that up there right at the top. Second shot. Always think about second shot.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, and it is great that guys and girls, with a lot of experience, do share that knowledge, and it's so much. You can just relate to it so much more when you hear it from an experienced player, and especially someone like, who has been there and done it many times before. There's a lot of knowledge out there, and for a lot of the junior players, just ask questions. It's, you talk about, if you've got your own coach, that's absolutely fantastic, but you learn so much from so many different areas and walks of life, different people. Some things you'll think, that's not gonna. Just an outstanding draw shot, that one.
Just got round. Yeah, it was perfect.
But just keep your ears open, and just learn from so many people around you, and take it into your game.
Yeah, and often newer players are a bit reluctant to ask, but there wouldn't be many experienced players who wouldn't stop and say, no, I'll help you there. They just want to be, they wait to be asked. They don't like to go in and step in and say, oh, you're doing this wrong, or I've watched you. And it's more, you come to me, in the case of young players, you come and ask me and I'll help you. There's plenty of people around doing that.
You're dead right. I'll help anyone that wants to help themselves. Oh, he's got this. What a shot.
Yeah, brilliant.
Shot.
Under a bit of pressure.
Good hit. One bowl target. It's a good drive. Because it is a game that, my goodness, I've been playing for 30 years, and I don't know the game. I know aspects of it, and I'm a lot more knowledgeable than I was when I started, but geez, it keeps throwing up things that surprise you, and a lot of it's about yourself that you don't know. You learn a lot about yourself as years go on, and you're in different situations. But I know when Val and I started, we were pretty young back then, and we just kept asking questions. And I think a lot of the guys, especially probably at the Nelson Bowling Club, got sick of us asking questions, but they were pretty they'd come up and answer our questions all the time, and it's just how you learn the game. It's just learn from the people that have been there and done it.
Just had a wee message there from Brendan Walton, who's working for Bowls New Zealand and plays a fair bit of bowls himself. He said, I'm not a great fan of Rex Holmes. He beat me 3 years in a row and knocked me out of the Taranaki Open. but he added with a grin, he said, but a good bugger. And
There'll be
yeah, and
a lot of people
knows
in
his
that
bowls.
situation, I think.
Yeah, yeah, gosh, yeah.
He's done it to a few people.
Yeah.
Good start again by these leads.
And the different styles, you know, we see there Alan Cotter crouched all the time as he gets ready to, sorts out his line and thinks about his weight and so on, and then rises and then delivers. And others, look at Monaghan, stands erect most of the time before he now goes over to deliver. So that's all his detail is taken in as he's standing, whereas I think we'll see that Cotter's a bit different, but it's the end result, and we keep on saying that.
And it's just doing the same thing every time.
Yeah, yeah.
I know the old New Zealand coach Stu Butter sadly passed away in 2006. He kind of came up with this New Zealand way of a technique of delivering a lawn bowl, and it's about the upright stance, and it was all about, you know, just being able to change. There's three outstanding bowls.
Yeah.
Like Alan, that's stunning bowls. Yeah, it's all about the being able to change to adapt to different speed greens, and he this idea that if you had the upright stance, then a little change is in a little bit of a bigger step, which provided a bigger backswing, which enabled us to get the bowl up on the Northern Hemisphere greens. So yeah, he came up with that kind of a delivery, and a lot of the New Zealanders that play for New Zealand have adopted that.
Yeah.
Got rid of one. You can see it now.
And I remember, you know, Stu Butter started those sort of coaching videos, didn't he? And you were involved in those a lot back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah, look, oh, geez, I see some of them now, and I look at the Shannon McElroy, and I did it.
Oh, yeah.
And I look young, but by crikey, Shannon looks about 12.
He looks like he does. I was going to say, you've just got him out of school for the day.
Yeah, but it's amazing how far those DVDs have travelled. I was at a tournament at a World Cup over at Warilla, Illawarra, over in Sydney area, and the representative from Thailand came up and sat down, and he gave me all these little trinkets, and I'm like, oh, what are you doing? He said, I want to thank you. And I said, what have I done? And he said, you know, your coaching video. He said, we just use it to letter of the law. And I'm like, wow. Oh my goodness me, I don't think it was supposed to be for that sort of reason to help other countries, but it's just far outreaching, and yeah, it's you don't realise the impact, I suppose, what people think of something that you've done, and yeah, it was lovely.
Whoops. Oh, a lovely shot.
Oh,
and it
a
falls
great
in.
shot. Great shot after, you know, driving with his first one, and draws a touch with his last. It's a pretty good bowl. He's cut a number out.
He's just not going to bowl it. So there we are.
Great shot. He's gone from potentially 3 down to 1. Really good skip shot.
Yeah, we're red. The red is red. Green is blue.
And so we see Cotter immediately kicks the bowls back and puts the mat down closer to the 2 metre mark than what Ian Monaghan was doing.
Yeah, Alan Cotter certainly started this game very, very well.
Joe, there'll be people from you know, the 50s, 60s, 70s, even 80s, if they were viewing this, and they'd be thinking, this isn't bowls as we knew it. It's changed dramatically, hasn't it? With the, you know, for a start, the coloured uniforms, you know, the coloured bowls, the different formats of the game. It really has moved immeasurably, hasn't it, in recent years?
It really has. I remember talking to a few of the young girls that were coming through the system, and how, you know, when Val and I started, we were in skirts and 16 inches off the ground, and which was not too bad for Val, being 5'3". Hers just sat just nicely on the knee, but mine, being 6 foot, was mid calf. And I remember going to our very first tournament. It was a mixed fours at the Stoke Bowling Club, and we were flatting together, and we both come out of our respective bedrooms, and I look at her and she looks at me, and we have a bit of a laugh. She says to me, "Now, do you need anything on the way to Stoke?" And I said, "What do you mean? Do you need anything? Do you shop it or shop?" I said, "No." She said, "Good, because we're going from here to the bowling club and back to here. That's it." And
Didn't want to be seen.
Just, oh my goodness me, you know, from the pantyhose to the underskirts to the, no dangly earrings, no chains, because, you know, obviously they made you play better. I have no idea why, the reason for them, but yeah, just, you know, you kind of say, you're lucky you come along here, and now you can wear your short shorts and yeah, but no, it's come a long way, and it's now, it's a sport. It always has been. It's a sport, and people should be comfortable in what they're wearing. And coming from a football background, you know, we were in shorts and short sleeve shirts. It's like a bowl, and yeah, it come a long way. Yeah, really. Especially for the women, a long way. And,
absolutely.
And we're reaping the rewards now, I think.
And
Very
I
good
think
bowls
in
by Ian
general,
Monaghan.
really good. In general, the clubs would have a men's and women's section, you know, so equal committees for each gender, and eventually that, you know, that changed, thank goodness. And we have, I don't know if there are any designated women's clubs around or the country these days, but you know, it's about, and that was just moving.
Most of them are amalgamated now, which is a good thing. It's, you know, it's a guy. I could tell you some stories. You know, people like women. I try by the in your uniform and what you should be doing and all that, but there was a couple of out there that just, the rules were so ridiculous, they'd just try and flaunt them. And I remember one lady turned up with her petticoat over top of her skirt, and the umpire comes up and she says, what are you doing? You know, what are you doing? She said, what? She said, well, you're wearing your petticoat on the outside. And she showed me in the rule book where it says it has to be worn underneath. And, you know, all it said in the rule book was you have to wear one, you know, and that's just how stupid it got, you know.
Yeah. And people were testing it, weren't they? And just pointing out how silly it was,
Yeah, yeah.
Another shot going in here. Not quite. Could be.
Yeah, a couple of feet short.
Yeah, so certainly they're down 2. The last shot was interesting, that Hughes, you know, played it on his forehand, tried to get around that short bowl. Now he's gone onto his, he's going to hit something well.
Good shot.
He might get,
Good shot.
Good the result. Gone out,
Good result. Yeah, very good weighted shot. Not a lot on there. Way we're going, I don't think we're going to get through the 18 ends.
No. So here it goes now. It was straight on to that shot, took the jack out to the side, ricocheted off another, and must have only just gone out of the rink, but it was far enough.
Good hit in the target area.
Well, these two teams want to win this game. Brian Little and Ian Monaghan from the Palmerston North Club. They're in those yellow tops, or orange, is it? And Stephen Hughes and Alan Cotter in the green. So first bowl is in the hands of Alan Cotter, Thames Valley, left-hander, playing it out on the forehand side. He did get a wee slide of it.
A little one.
Looks to be a narrow line here for Monaghan, using different bowls.
Looks like his bowls are camouflaged.
Yeah. Yeah, they do, don't they? Yeah.
Tighter line as well. His weight's a bit better, I think.
Yeah, won't want that one back.
Again, you get away with a bit with good weight. You know, he was on the tight side. Good weight doesn't run you away.
You can see the correction that Monaghan's made with his green, gone a bit wider, dropped off the weight. Or, well,
Yeah.
that's perfect correction.
Great correction. What the game's all about. You know, you're not going to be perfect with every bowl. You are going to let ones, you know, a little bit of a rough delivery here and there, but it's just correcting. Just try and make your next bowl better.
Ooh.
Oh. Fortunate
That's
again.
luck.
Yeah, it is. You know, it's he's crossed the centre line. You know, a couple of feet short and got a little wicky woo woo.
This is pretty good correction here from Monaghan.
That's pretty. Just don't open it up. Good bad one. You know, absolutely. Like it was sitting pretty good. If he falls in rather than against the bias, it's just narrowed the channel down to the jack where he's fallen out, and it's just opened it up a bit. Well, quite a lot, really.
And then when you have a look at where the Whangamata bowls are, one just behind the jack and one just a bit further back into the left. So ideal spot here if he can get through, thread through that hole, or disrupt those two that are the shot bowls.
Yes.
Pretty good weight that, like it to stay on, it's going to travel into the ditch.
Yeah.
Oh, they've all decided to take up a position in front of the camera.
It's so hard when it's your first time on the live streaming. You get so enthralled in the game and you forget about all your surroundings. So I certainly get it.
Whew. That can't have
Pretty
missed
good
by
home
much.
that. Yeah, again, just changing one thing, whether or not he changes his weight or his line, he's got something.
He's got something. Yeah.
Bang bang. Oh.
Could easily have
Cut
got both.
it down. Yeah, he's cut it down again. I think he's still one down, but again, just reducing numbers. Huge bowls by the skips. might have a couple of seconds here
I
from
think
the
he has, and
boys. So
yes, he
I'll just
looked to
go
be.
looking for a
Yeah,
bit of the blue,
yep, yep.
bit of the jack,
Doesn't need
bit of the shot bowl.
that last bowl from Little, the short one, is a bit of a pain for him possibly, but he's been down, had a
Yeah, I
good
don't
look.
think he
He
wants to.
played it well last
Yeah,
time.
doesn't want to be overplaying this. He doesn't want to be really quick.
Ooh. Yeah, and you feel he was a bit quick then, eh? It would have been quite good just to sit that over, turn that over. He could still settle him for two. Needed to, quite handy. They've got two bowls on the ditch on the bank, so I just think often it's I'll play with a little bit of weight, but it's only ditch weight, so that I want to stay on the green. Here we go. Is he in for another? Yeah,
It's a good attempt. Didn't have a
for
lot.
just the one. Just the one, but it's a valuable one there for the Manawatu team. They have only scored on one end of any hit. This is the fifth end. Six-two.
Both leads are keeping the length at a short to medium. We haven't gone ditch by any means. So be interesting. One lead all of a sudden tries to really throw the cat among the pigeons and then really stretch it out. It's a really good practice to do is just training the extremes, so the very, very short length and the ditch to ditch, just so that you can make radical changes. But sometimes it's not necessary to do the radical changes. You might be playing the same length, but you're just playing in a different part of the green. And
Right.
you just might have seen something that your bowl reacts a little bit different to the up by the 2 metre mark to mid length. So it's just it's an awareness. It's just having a look at your surroundings, seeing what's happening to your bowls. I mean, you know your bowls, you know the line that you need to take, and sometimes you just might. I'm struggling to get to the centre line at that length. Righto. So what do we do? Is it the length or is it the part of the green that we're in? So just play around with it. Because if you can't get to the centre line, then you're pushing it uphill. It's just a real struggle.
Because often you say, okay, I just need to tighten my line up, and then you find you tighten your line up and it zips across and suddenly you become totally confused. So that's a good point you make. So then maybe take the mat out a bit further and play the same length, but
play the same length, but you're just going to a different part of the green.
Where it's a bit more user-friendly, perhaps.
Yeah, and it might be that particular game, but not the next game. It's that being aware. Sometimes I think too much. Some information's not good to share. Like if your skip's getting it, but you as a lead aren't. They can't say, "Oh, I find that centre line beforehand," but finding it really well. Just throwing a little bit of an into their mind. So sometimes, some information's just not good to share. It's like, you play your trials and as a skip you cross over and they say, God, it's flying. So where does your first bowl go? Halfway.
Yeah, short. Yeah,
some
that's true.
things you've got to learn for yourself. I know we all like to be told things if it's going to make it easier, and that's all good, but this bowls game, it just gets inside your head, and sometimes you just don't need that rubbish in your head.
And then you get confused and suddenly your whole game goes to bits.
Yep. And what you think, actually I was getting that hand quite well, but now I'm not, because you just talked me into not, you can't play the hand kind of thing. So just got to be a little bit careful. Shot here. Yeah, very good shot.
Yeah, very good.
Well weighted.
Nice,
Lots
delicate.
of options.
So here comes Hughes on that forehand, just travelling a bit down towards the 2 metre mark. We'll see what Monaghan's asking here. Just play your backhand here, just push one and draw one nicely. You've got the shot. Sit on his own. That'll be give him 2. Not far off that either. Yeah,
That's
really
two.
good.
2 fantastic bowls.
Yeah, getting him to change his hand. Yeah, playing between those 2 would be good. Just split them apart. He's playing with a bit of weight, is he? Yes. Oops, we mightn't see the finished result, but it looks all right here.
Good shot
He
again.
did split them.
Great
Yeah.
shot.
So all of a sudden, that first
good
bowl of the
styles.
skip, which went way over to the 2 metre mark, is probably the shot.
Yeah.
Gets applause from Alan Cotter.
I know Dave talks about, your last bowl of a pair and the first of the lead and your first bowl of the skip getting past. And, if you've got one past, it just takes that thinking side away. You're not thinking that you've got to get round bowls to get back to a jack if it moves. And all of a sudden, like where the jack goes is sometimes out of your control. But it's a lot better to have one there than have to get one there when there's 11 bowls up there.
Looking to draw the shot here now, Stephen Hughes. His previous bowl was a beauty. It split them. He might be just travelling a wee bit here, or will it hold up? It won't hold up, I don't think so. Gee, wasn't bad though. So Monaghan has the mat. He gets the shot.
Yeah, to draw another one. A little bit disappointed with that.
Looks like it wants to go 2 inches.
I suppose if you were feeling in a particularly nasty mood and someone said, "Can you just move? You're on my mark." Say, "I can stand where I like, mate."
Yep.
Yeah.
It's I think it's when people get out onto the rink pegs.
Yeah.
A lot of, even though people aren't aiming at the rink pegs, they just like to see it. And I must admit, I don't. Oppositions are standing on the rink peg or even outside the rink. I don't know. It's just this thing. This is our rink. Stay inside it. Get a little bit things like that. But yeah, you've got every right. Yeah, obviously, if you're a person that takes a line off the bank, especially when there's 4s being played, a lot of people around, a lot of leg movement, and if you are someone that takes a line off the bank, you really need a plan B.
Yes.
Whether or not you take that line up. So, I mean, you've got the Somerset, behind you, so you might be able to take it up to the S on the Somerset on the end, or, just
lifting it from the ground level.
line.
Yeah.
But again, it's something that you've got to practice because your head is going to be at a different position. If you're looking at something 6 foot above the bank compared to the bank, your head position is going to be different. So the timing where your arm is just going to be a little bit. it's, you know, it's all about practice. Go down and your practice for that one day might just be finding a different mark, just in case it gets blocked by someone. You know, it's when we can do it in practice, we take it to the game. It's not a biggie. It's when you just sit and you're just guessing, you're playing around with it. And that's where you want to be, locked into your delivery, the way that you take your line. You know, it's got to be, those are the things that you can control, and you need to be able to control them. But it takes work, it takes practice, and you know, go down, practice specifics. Even if it's half an hour, you can do a little work in half if it's a specific drill that you're training, and that might just be that's your practice for the day. You know, you're going to play 40 bowls down the forehand, but you're going to find a different line, you know, up the wall, up the fence, or whatever. And yeah, just practice.
Yes, as I say, the more you practice, the luckier you become.
You're dead right, dead right. Because you're not guessing, you know, when it comes to the game. It's a place you don't want to play that way. Jeez, he's pulling out some bowls.
Just following the same track this time. Not going to get the insider, is he, of that bowl?
No, he's got...
That's right. Little had a finer edge. Yeah.
Right.
So Brian Little is a skip of the Ian Monaghan Palmerston North team. They're in a tense battle. They played 6 ends at 6-3 to Stephen Hughes and Alan Cotter of Whangamata. Little and Monaghan holding shot on this end.
Did he say he's not going to play it?
No, he was asking what would happen if he, I thought, if he put the jack, if it moved. Yeah, that one there onto the next one.
He might not play it, but the opposition's still got a bowl to come.
Yeah. So maybe thinking of what his opposition are going to play and how can he best counter that, I suppose. Or we might see him just put a nice block in here.
Pretty hard to get enough.
Here we go. Last bowl for Brian Little on this, the 7th end. Staying away from the jack.
I think if he's going to stay away from the jack, he needs to be a bit specific with where he's, like if you're going to stay away, try and get your bowl into a position that may come into play. So that bowl out in that wing, it's just it's a nothing bowl where he made that down by his feet, Alan's feet, and be in a lot better position.
Yes, he may as well not have played it, pretty much. Oh, is he going to nudge this one in? Oh, unlucky. If he'd hit that square, it might well have proved beneficial, but it is the Manawatu team. They've scored in the last 3 ends, but only singles. It's 6-4. So yes, we've only, well, we're not even halfway through this match yet, and I bet we're through halfway through the time. So we had those couple of killed ends, which make a difference. So just coming up to an hour play now. Monaghan with the first bowl of this end. Both leads are being pretty consistent.
They have. They've really set it up. Pitcher. Just harking back to the last bowl of Brian's, you know, he wasn't able to make the head better, as in to block it or anything. He wasn't able to draw another shot. But be real specific. You've got a bowl in your hand. Use it as best as you can. And it's like when the people put one round the back, and you know, sometimes subconsciously you don't think about it as much because you've got acreage to draw one round the back. Be specific. Where around the back? Where do you want my bowl to land? You know, and get your lead to stand where you want it, and because they have big parts of the games, they can play huge parts, and so you know you only get 6 bowls. You've got to use them as wisely as you can. Don't throw any of them away.
So 3 bowls within a few millimetres of each other. The jacks squashed in the middle of them.
That last bowl of Allen's is exactly where Stephen asked him to put it, you know. Jack's always heading out that way, I think.
It looks like it, doesn't it? Any collision on this hand will squirt the jack out that way, so...
Yeah, real good skip, real good communication. Yeah.
That might be his loosest bowl of the day.
Yeah, it's a bit rough, wasn't it?
And you know, one on an end is better than none on an end, and it seems as though Cotter and Hughes have the shot here. So that bowl probably, you know, in hindsight would have been better up and over.
Yeah,
certainly,
sure.
that's not where he intended to end. So let's be fair about that. But
no,
it was could have been better placed.
Deliberately. Yeah, we don't deliberately play short bowls, but yeah, they can hurt you. Quite like that shot by Brian. I mean, the shot bowl can actually pop out if he plays through that front blue bowl. Well weighted shot. Just needs to correct that line now, I think. Just not sure why he's on that hand. I just always fear that this jack's coming to the left of the rink as we look at it.
Yes. To my way of thinking, it can sort of only go bad for Hughes and Cotter, no matter what they play here.
Ah.
I think he can he just see himself sitting on his own and getting a couple out of it, but he's got to be deadly accurate.
Yeah, I am just presuming that the black and white bowler's shot.
I think so, yeah. Then again, looking at that, what can
Oh,
yeah, so it is, isn't it? What can
Yeah.
Little hope to achieve playing on the forehand? Oh, he's changed hands anyway.
I
That's good.
suppose he can play it through the blue. Get a bit on. The right idea, I think. Through that front blue by 2 feet. Yeah, good decision. Don't play the last one. Nothing to
Let's
be
not
gained
play it.
there.
So a single there to Hughes and Cotter. 7-4 the score.
The skip's just asked him to bring the mat up a couple of metres. Oh, trick for young players, yeah. Make sure you look at the number when you lay the mat.
Yeah. Now let's see if he gets the jack to his skip's foot this time from a different position on the green.
Oh,
Pretty
you'd
damn
be
good,
pretty
eh?
happy with that, I think. It was a skip.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very good.
They look like a couple who might practice quite a bit all the finer points of bowls. And as I said, I think last year, I'm sure there's be someone from Whangamatara or the Thames Valley Centre will correct and send some information to Bowls New Zealand, but they were both juniors last year. So whether they've moved on from juniors or are still juniors, it doesn't matter. We're still seeing two very fine bowlers in action at the high end of New Zealand bowls. The Champion of Champion Peers, sponsored by Somerset, being played at the Hopes Dunedin Stadium.
You're right, John. If they are juniors, you just can't get enough of the game when you start. It just grips you. Yeah, a lot of people have played other sports before, and it's just this. You have one go, and you can get one or two close, and then it just grips you, and it just makes you go back because you think it's such a simple game. Why is it so hard? And as other sports people, as playing sports before, it's you get that competitiveness and you get that doggedness where like, I'm going to get you. This shouldn't be this hard. And but I can give you the tip. It is. It is that hard.
Well, I think just last weekend from the bowling club I'm at, the Raumati Bowling Club, we've started just last year a junior 242 in winter, so it's the middle of August, and we've got 2 Tiger Turf greens, so that's fine as long as the weather's okay. So we put it out there and said we've got this junior 242 competition. Usual story, send your payment through and all that sort of stuff. 28 teams within 5 days.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And from Wellington and Wairarapa and Hawke's Bay and all sorts of places. Now, I've got to send a message out to my club team members and say, there's only 4 from our club in it. Get in quick, otherwise you'll miss out. So juniors just love it. They want it.
Great to see.
Yeah.
And it's really good for juniors to be it's really good for juniors to be playing against the same ilk of player. However, the way you learn is playing with and against good players. And, never fear being beaten. It's because, by geez, I tell you what, you learn a lot more about yourself and about your game when you get beaten than when you win. So as long as you've got that right mindset that, you're going into it for a reason, and look, it might be it's just a learning experience. It's to learn off the more experienced players. Just try and play against better players, because you just got to the game, and some things will go wrong, and you'll go, geez, I won't do that again. A lot of things will go right as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just overplaying that a bit. He really needs a good second here.
Yeah, this could be one of those ends where they look back and say, that ninth end.
Yeah.
I should have drawn to save, or my bowl should have been staying on, or I don't. Well, that's not the best
It's a
outcome
good bad
for
one
Ryan
again.
Little.
I don't think it's a negative to think, what if I miss? And a wise guy once told me that you've got to expect that if you miss, your opposition's going to draw another shot. So, if you can minimise that distance that he has to draw another shot, I think that's where you've got to go to. If we all we see is us getting the shot, it's not a negative to think, what if I miss? Because straight away, he's he's a pretty good player, as Brian Little. He can draw a lot of shots, and you've given him a yard to draw another one. He's going to eat it up all day.
Yes, and he wasn't close with his 2 runs, was he?
No.
Which eats at you a wee bit, and now he's looking at, oh gosh, we might be 4 down here or 3 down, and that's a tempting target, isn't it? He split 2 before on a previous end, but gee, risk and reward. There's not much reward there really, apart from he could take out all 3 shots and end up with the shot, but looks easy from down this end, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's probably got to play the same shot. He's had 2 goes.
Yep.
He's a bit better this time.
Oh, got a bit of a break there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it worked for him because, it's only 1 down, whereas he was 3, possibly 4 down when he played that shot.
Big bowl in the context of the game. Possibly 4 down with a bowl to come.
Now, do you think Little might have a go at that? Oh, wrong bowl I'm looking at, but a second shot. It's standing out by itself. Not going to be short anyway. He's hunting it.
Oh dear.
Oh, he does well. Yeah.
He's got away with it. Yeah.
Yeah, still only 1, I think. Yes. Oh, might have got 2 out of that.
Got away with it. I thought he might have just taken his own shot out there for...
Just 1. Bit of a lucky escape there for the team from Whangamata. They concede a single.
It's interesting. The 2 leads have just role reversed. At the start, Alan was mad on the tee, and Ian Monaghan was bringing it up a couple of metres, and it's just reversed. Good starter by Ian there. That's a pretty good reply too. Yeah, another handy bowl by Ian there.
So if you lose more than one game in this competition, you don't have a chance of qualifying, and each of these combinations have lost one match already. So it's do or die here. Ian Monaghan, as I mentioned, 80 centre titles. So he's bowled a lot of bowls like this in his life.
Yeah, pretty steady. Like to see him and Audrey Stevenson having a game of singles, John.
Yes,
Putting
yeah,
all their centre titles on the line.
that's right. So what's that, 80 and 60 plus, so nearly 150 titles between them.
Yeah, yeah. Have a rest and give someone else a go, guys.
Yeah. You read it, mate. Alan Cotter, he said, no, sorry, too narrow. Hasn't been many of those from Alan Cotter. He's still holding probably third shot there, or might even be second shot, as we're viewing it from a distance. They came
That's
away
what we're
from the
talking
previous end looking in danger and coming out with just a deficit of one, so ridden their luck a wee bit there.
And what we were talking about a bit before, John, about, you know, that you don't have to have the shot when you cross over. I think Alan just, you know, in his mind, had a little bit of mud in his eye. He wanted to be narrow and arriving to get the shot. He doesn't need it. What they needed was another second or third shot, you know, just to give your skip something a bit more to play with. Because all of a sudden now, their bowl on the head's vulnerable. You can't play any sort of a weight.
The lead likes it. That's a good position. That's where Cotter would have liked his last one to end up, somewhere around there. And
For sure.
yeah. Little playing the forehand. Got plenty to rest on here.
Oh, he's played it. Oh. Little unlucky there. Got onto the blue one. The other blue one would have been a hell of a lot better.
Which is the shot then? This one. Oh, okay.
Just needs to roll Allen's up and over, pretty much.
He's narrow too.
Yeah.
Now that blue one still looks vulnerable, doesn't it?
It's looking, yeah, isn't it? Oh, like you say, the risk reward. Will he play down his forehand? Yeah. Just arriving, but he gets on the back of it and clips it in for shot. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not the worst thing that can happen, but you know, it's probably worth another 3, is it? If he stays.
Oh, I think so. So plays forehand, slightly narrow to go for that bowl that is holding them out.
It's just always a bit dangerous when you're doing it.
Yeah.
When a bowl's short of the jack, you just don't know what's going to happen if you get it.
Oh no, he's just going to play into his own.
He's played good weight. Good.
Yeah.
Good weight to turn anything up and over. Or if he's under, he gets the black and white speckled.
Oh, Hughes quickly on the mat, sends it down.
Yes.
He said, but we're only one down, which is encouraging. One. Monaghan agrees. So, well, so what are we up to now? 7-6. Long way from the finish.
Yeah, but after that first end of Whangamata picking up a 4, they've all just been 1. So, yeah, after the craziness of the first end, it's just settled down. Right down to the tee, this Jack. Bit of bit further down the rink than what we've been playing. Similar length though, the mat's up quite a bit. They're still on that shorter side.
So we're into round 4 of the Somerset 2023 Champion of Champion Peers here in Dunedin, with Palmerston North playing Whangamata, the Whangamata Bowling Club Incorporated, to give it its full name. Then Kevin Smith and Bruce Milne of Hinawera are playing Keanu Darby and Roger Stevens of North East Valley. Nick Thompson and Steve Hoft of Point Chevalier are playing Love and O'Brien of Martinborough, who we saw earlier today. Wyber and Nicol of Milton, just down the road from Dunedin, are playing Bagri Howley and Tinker of Gore. And Powell and McGregor of Awamoa are up against Byrne and Webb, Waipukurau, who featured in our earlier game. Then Fisher and Mulholland of Browns Bay are playing Chinnery and Dodsworth of Motueka. It's a good bowl, taking it jack back and snaring a couple maybe. And the match between Wilson and Bellis of Aramaho and Robinson and Koroi of Mangaturoto didn't need to be played. What else have we got there? Round 4. Haynes and Haynes of Okaiho are playing Zitterstein and Reed of Paratutu, and the others have byes for this round.
Ooh, threaded the needle down through there. What a great shot.
Oh, I'll say yes.
Nice little channel down there, but
It sounds very quiet around the stadium, but there are a lot of people in behind glass here. So a lot of the spectators are parked in soundproof area. In fact, you can see some of them just up to your top left there. There's a very good little cafe / restaurant and bar, and it's well patronized. He's looking for that same line.
John.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, he's got a bit fortunate there.
Yeah, he'll take that.
Like that was his bowl, so yeah, it's all fair.
Yep.
I don't know if you meant to hit it that hard, but you're going pretty quick.
He's going to do it again. Is he off his own? Underneath. Wow, it's building now. That's a couple for the red stickered bowls.
2 down, Steve.
2 good bowls. He had his own bowls on the run with his first one, and fortunate to absolutely guts it and hit it in for shot, and then he's just shown that he can draw a shot.
He might do the same.
Unlucky, mate.
trick? Well, he's got another bowl.
Well, he won't run. Oh, well, I suppose if he takes his going out, that's not the end of the world.
He's right, get the head if he wants. Well, over here.
It's a good view there of the people in behind the glassed area. And it's good, isn't it? It's busy. Very busy.
Good view of Roger Stevens and Keanu Darby there, and,
Yeah.
and there you go. Where's our one gone?
Oh, here we go. So 7-6. Holding probably 2 here. Is Little looking to make it 3. Certainly won't want to move the jack underneath it.
Jeez.
So I suppose he plays down the same hand on his backhand and move his own bowl up a bit further or sit on that shot. It's there for him. What does it look like from the mat? That's the only thing, isn't it? But he's been down to have a look. He knows he's got a clear picture in his mind.
Yeah, he's played down that backhand twice. You know, there was a shot down the forehand, but he's played down the backhand. Oh, he's going a bit quicker. Okay.
Has to be careful he doesn't take his own out. Oh, he's got the jack, has he? Oh,
jack.
gee. Yep. I don't know whether anything's changed. His lead
I'm
looks up at
scratching
him,
his head.
scratches his head and said, what were you trying
Yeah.
to do there? Still 1 down.
He might have cut it down.
Yeah, well, from 2 to 1, it's certainly 2 down.
Yeah. He was 2, but it might just be 1. Oh, 4.
Eh? Where, how did that happen? I thought there was a blue ball in there.
Yeah, so did I.
No.
Oh, I
Didn't
thought
have
the
a
second
replay.
shot. Yeah, we will, I'm sure. Because that's an unfortunate result for a clean hit on the jack.
Wow.
Another roll.
4 to Palmerston North.
Yeah.
Yeah. But how did it... Okay. We might get a replay of that.
Right.
But certainly that confused us. But it looked like 1, and I thought there was a blue stickered bowl in there, but we're not
Measure
that
for
close
2,
to the
yeah.
action. Yeah.
No, there might have been something on the other side that the camera didn't pick up.
Yeah. Right, well, for the first time in the match, is it? Palmerston North are in front.
Yes.
10-7.
A fortunate accident. Not ideal, but yeah, a strange shot. I think he had a lot more options not playing with that kind of weight. But hey, look, whatever you're confident with, it's got to go with it. And
his lead, Alan Cotter, did say to him, I'm not sure that you wanted to be that fast, mate. That was going at rate. That was one of his earlier shots, wasn't it?
yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, they can haul this back. That game is not gone at all. 3 points of difference.
Oh, for sure. We've got still 7 ends to play if we get them through. I don't think we will, but it's about 35 minutes to go, I think.
A couple of long days already for these players. Play started at 8 o'clock yesterday morning, at 8 o'clock this morning as well. But the men and women are playing at different times. I'm not sure if the women seem to always start at 8 o'clock, don't they? The blokes get the later start.
Yeah. The last I was involved in a couple last year, one in Dunedin and one in Wellington, and we both started at 8 o'clock. And I noticed the singles last week and the pairs, women were on at 8, right and early.
I think there should be a revolt. Who's the patron of New Zealand bowls at the moment? Sharon Sims. Sharon?
Yeah, have I got a couple of questions for you, love?
Yeah. Ian Monaghan stands with his foot out there, just indicating the weight that's required, giving his skip an idea of where the jack is, in direct line with his foot. Here we go. I don't think he saw his foot somehow.
Again, it's important that you know that you know the person that you're playing with likes that sort of thing. I know a lot of people that just can't stand someone standing jack level, and other people really need it. It's getting that communication right at the start when you're playing with a team. If you're playing with different players, if it's a rep fixture or something, it's really important just to sit down and just discuss on how you like to give and receive information, what you like, what you don't. You know, you're trying to get the best out of each other, so I know that I'm trying to do what I think's right to get the best out of my players, but by crikey, if I'm doing something that's annoying them, geez, they've got to tell me, because I'm going to keep doing it thinking that I'm helping. So it's again, it's like my mum used to say, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. But you can always just on the crossover, look Joe, I don't like that when you put your foot there. It really gives me an unclear, vision. Hey, sweet as, I won't do it. I'm trying to get the best out of you for my own benefit. So I'm not going to do something on purpose that's going to annoy you. But yeah, just really got to get those lines of communication open and keep them open, because things change during a game, during a tournament, and what you do and don't like, it's not wrong, because it's what you like, really. So yeah, be honest and.
Oh, absolutely, and those are the things too, that if you're in as you say, a rep team, and you're playing with players you haven't played with before, you would have played against them, but you have a practice and you can sort out that sort of stuff early on, can't you? So, and it is annoying.
Sure.
Some people just can't stand it. You're right, with someone standing there with their foot there, and you can just see them bowler on the mat sort of tense up and say, I don't like that.
Yeah. And they say it to the other team members, but don't say it to the person.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
God, I hate it when she does that. just tell her.
Yeah. Oh, I like the one where I can't hear a word she's saying. I don't know what she's saying. I can't hear her, so I'm just going to play this shot.
I'm going to play my own shot. Yeah. Well, hang on. Why don't you just say, could you repeat that, please?
Yeah.
Make it easy on yourself.
Last bowl of this end. It's 10-7 in favour of Palmerston North. This is tracking well. Is he going to hold up on it?
That's a
Gets
great
a
shot.
wee touch. That's very good. This team is seemingly under a bit of pressure there after that last end. They get a single with the last bowl of this end, and it's now 10-8. Just two the difference. Hughes and Cotter of Whangamata.
Not sure how many they were holding before he played his last one. It might have. They were a wee bit away from the jack. It was hard to see.
Yeah.
I don't know whether he was holding a couple of three and only held onto one at the end by moving the jack.
Here we go. We'll see it now, how many they were holding.
Yeah, I don't know whether those front ones were counting.
Yeah. Anyway, no damage done.
Scoreboard already?
Yeah. So Cotter crouched down, spots his line, thinks about his weight, delivers his first bowl. Yes, thinking about it pretty well. That's a nice bowl over the jack. Skip will be thinking, good, that's where I like it, one there. And we've seen that Hughes is quite keen, in fact, perhaps over keen to play the weighted shot, but he's at least got something back there now if he does have to play it. as we see Monaghan's blue bowl, the first of his coming in, might actually move the jack back to that previous one, almost.
Both of them go through the exact same pre-shot routine. Just good to see. Such a repetitious kind of a movement, the bowling delivery, that you've just got to be the same, do the same thing every time. It's you know, as you walk onto the mat, just behind the mat, just important to be doing the same things. So repetitive, the technique and the bowl's delivery. You just got to be doing everything the same, every bowl.
So we saw then Cotter change his hand. Plenty of room.
Yeah, I don't mind him changing his hand there. I mean, the blue bowl of Ian Monaghan's, it just doesn't need to be hit up anymore. It's you know, a yard away.
So now we have Monaghan changing his hand. Oh, that's good. Good bowl there too. So while there's nothing very close to the jack, at least these three over here, and I think there's one that we can't see, one of Alan Cotter's, all over the jack. So the skips go down with a clear line to the jack. They should be able to score 3 each in this. All 3 as skips. They are the champions. They're capable. They get in and they just score. Go for it. Let's see this. One draws, the other outdraws. Let's see what happens. This one from Hughes. Yeah.
As a skip, you can't go be annoyed with your lead when you haven't done it yourself.
Yep. Right. One fail.
Start it with this one, John.
Yeah, start with this one, right? Okay, let's start with the next one.
Just beat the last bowl. You don't have to be all over the jack, you know. You don't get any more points for being an inch away than you do a foot away, as long as it's inside your opposition's closest. Oh dear.
Okay, we'll start with this one, the next one.
Start with this one. Yeah. This is one of those, just those heads that all of a sudden you're 3 or 4 down and nothing's close, but you're still 3 or 4 down. You got to play a big bowl.
Right, let's start with this one.
Oh, this one needs to be a good
3
one.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah. 3 down. So he really needs to put one in.
Close.
He began this match so well. He was deadly accurate. His weight was superb. Looks to be flying here too, is he?
But quick, he needs to land the jack. Oh,
he does.
Fortunate. He was gone pretty quick. He missed the jack. I don't think he's cut any out. The little yellow critter got in the way of his bowl with that one.
Yeah. Well, Monaghan said, I think we've still got one, but one. So he's just saying one. Little comes down to have a look. 2 old bowling mates they are, Brian Little and Ian Monaghan.
Or just draw for yours.
The first word is important. Just draw through
it's
yours.
Easy.
All you've got to do is just draw through yours.
Wider than the other two.
wider than the other two, Ian said, but he might have good weight here.
Yeah. Well, he's
Just
made
made
sure
sure
that
of
that's
it.
a shot anyway.
Yeah. Oh, it was a crazy end after some of the ends we've been having.
Just one down. When I say one down, I mean to Hughes. Hughes put his one finger down, saying we're one down. So 11-8 is the score.
11-8 after 13 ends with 25 minutes to go.
I might be measuring to see if that's up. No, it wasn't up. Ian Monaghan from Palmerston North, the Palmerston North Club in Manawatu, starts this 14th end with his team. He and Brian Little up 11-8 in a match that both these teams need to win if they're to qualify for post-section. Very good start from Monaghan. Bit of movement down at the far end. Monaghan, good control here, just ready to bowl and then just step back off the mat, started it all again.
Yeah, it's good to see, you know, sometimes you do get a little bit preoccupied and you can, in your mind you go, no, I'm okay, just keep going. It takes a lot of self-control to go, actually no, something's disrupted me, I'm not in the right mindset, off the mat, start again, you know. Realistically, you're only looking at maybe another 20 seconds, so you know, don't be afraid to do that.
Or just a little bit over-corrected from Cotter, so it appears to be Monaghan still holding a couple of shots on this end.
I mean, good hit-up zone. I know it's a weird thing to say, but on a green that's running 16 seconds, it's yeah, they're good hit-up zones. Those two blue bowls of Ian Monaghan's, and putting a little bit of pressure on Alan here. A couple of three down, really hasn't got much close. Really needs to get a good second here.
Hit up zone. Yeah,
Oi.
that'll do.
Very well.
I think he was quite relieved when he saw it was going to make some connection. He might have been flying through a bit there.
Yeah,
the two in the...
again, it was his own bowl. They're up there to be used.
Yep. Well, it's the coverage that we're providing through Bowls New Zealand, Joe, has improved so much, hasn't it? I remember a few years ago when they were covering bowls for the first time, and Kevin Hicklam was there, and one person from Bowls New Zealand with a couple of cell phones, you know, trying to give some coverage, and then it got into a more complicated system of basically still phones, and now they've got this really high quality cameras, so much so that, you know, major broadcasters are saying we'd like to use this. Because previously, you know, and I think I'm correct in this, if a sport like, and I did quite a bit of swimming over the years, if swimming wanted to get onto the major sports channel, for example, Sky, then you'd go to Sky and say, any chance? And they'd say, well, it'll cost you because we've got to set up all these cameras, we've got to bring in the big van, we've got to, you know, and so it was an expensive exercise. And the same would have applied to bowls. But now,
For sure.
the likes of Sky are so impressed with the quality of this, they're saying, can we use your product? So it's really good. And lots of the other sports that missed out on coverage are doing exactly the same as this now, but none better than bowls.
It's come a long way. You know, Mark Cameron and his troop, you know, with Aaron before, who's left now, and now Colin and Alex have taken it up. It's a big thing to organise, but there's so many people out there that just love watching the live streaming. And yeah, I know back in 2008 we had World Bowls down in Christchurch, and it cost a fortune to have the 2 weekends, the 2 finals weekends. Now coming to, you know, we want that's yeah, it's a real good turnaround, and it's just great to get bowls on TV. I tell you, the amount of people that you see in the street that aren't bowlers, geez, I wasted a lot of time watching that bowls over the weekend, and just, you know, getting it out there and
oh, he's looking for a bit of a slide off that bowl. He gets it too. Yeah.
The colour, the colour in the clothes, the colour in the bowls. It's not that staid old person sport. You know, it's now it's just a sport for all ages. It's a pastime. It's a sport. It's a community hub, which I think for you know, mental awareness and that bowling clubs play a huge part in the community.
Yeah. So 1-2 Palmerston North there, 12-8 the score. And we saw in the Champion of Champions singles last weekend, when you talk about it's a sport for all ages, we saw, you know, Briar Atkinson, Nicole Toomey in their, you know, mid-20s, I think both of them, or perhaps younger, playing others who were in their 60s, 70s, and both ages can compete against each other successfully. It's no handicap being a bit older playing bowls, and you can always get up there and compete against the younger people. So that's I think it's fabulous in that regard.
For sure. That and it just can, you know, there's a level for everyone, whether you're a Tuesday morning roller-upper or a Saturday afternoon inter-club person or a wannabe blackjack. There's paths open for whatever you want out of the game. And if you're willing to put the time in and the effort, and that you can go all the way. And it isn't ageist. It's like if you're good enough, you're old enough, or if you're good enough, you're not too old. And I think that's the real good thing for New Zealand. You know, we're not a big. There's not like Australia with the population of bowlers, where, you know, we don't have as big a net of bowlers playing the game. So, you know, it doesn't matter what stage of life you're at. If you're good enough, you're the right age.
Yeah, and it's not an expensive sport really, when compared to some of well, it's not a hugely expensive sport. If you can. Your bowls are your most expensive item, and if you're starting the game, you don't need to buy any, because most clubs have got some there, and they'll let you trial and practice, and then you say, I like these ones, and then you can say, well, we might be able to find a second-hand set for you, you know. So and club memberships aren't very expensive.
You know, for what you get from a club membership. You know, you might look at $250 or $180 and $200 a year, you know, and you think it's a lot, but, you know, you get 6 or 7 months, and you can be on the greens every day of the week if you want.
Yeah.
You know, like you say, your bowls are your most expensive bit of equipment, but those same bowls can last you 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 years.
Or a lifetime. You know, some people just never change them. Hey?
Yeah. And I know Val and I borrowed everything when we first started because we were only going to play for a year. We just thought, well, give it a go for a year. And, you know, we went to the club and they said, well, there you go, there's your bowls. And obviously I'm a little bit taller and bigger than Val, but we both got given size 4 when we walked in the gate. And that's just what, you know, you thought, well, that's your bowls. That's just what you do. So for someone like Val, who's got a tiny hand, she made a size 4 work. And she had a size 4 right up to probably only about 5 or 6 years ago. And she's just gone down a size. But yeah, I mean, you didn't know any different. Back in the day, you just rocked up and they gave them to you to borrow, and they were your little babies. And obviously, you know, we lasted the year and then thought, well, you know what, let's have a go at this. And you're right, you pick up a set of second-hand bowls and just go from there.
Is he having a rattle at this already? Wow.
He is.
Yeah. So we're looking at time now. I mean, but you've got to be honest, though, Joe, and say that the thing that attracted you most to the bowls was the price at the bar.
Not at all. It was a skirt 16 inches off the ground, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got my fingers crossed while I tell that little white lie.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, that didn't put us off the game, the prices at the bar. He's opened it up for himself, but he has only got 1 second here. He's forcing himself into a little bit of a corner here with what shot selection he can play for his next one.
So what time did we start? 3 o'clock, wasn't it? So 4:47 now. So
12 minutes.
A couple of ends. Yeah. So for the difference. So he's probably thinking, I need to score here. So I'm going to have to go.
Score
He's
or
changed
kill
his
it.
weight too.
Oh, he's underneath.
That might have been the chance for the team from Whangamata to get up and win this. Monaghan not messing around though. He's quickly in, puts the mat down. They get another single. They've won the last 3 ends. In fact, they've won. Oh, they've won. Oh no, yeah, they've won 1, 2, 3, 6 of the last 7. Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
that's been the difference.
Just possibly a little bit of inexperience just creeping in.
Yeah.
You know,
Just about on the 2. I'm about the 2.
And when you look at it all, Joe, it's just that 4 on the 11th. That is the difference, really.
yeah, pretty much. They've both scored a 4.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, you're right.
for-
The first one. Yeah.
For the Palmerston North team, they've just been able to string ends together. They may have only been scoring ones, but 2 things about that: your score's going up, and your opposition score's not. And generally, if you can win more ends, you're well on your way of winning the game. But it's just those, you know, they are ones, but they're scoring, and you look back on the score, they're scoring in clumps of 3 ends, you know, 3 ends in a row, which just kill you a little bit.
Pleased to see Cotter playing that forehand side. He just the other hand. Well, he played the forehand mainly in the early stages when he was spot on.
Really? Yeah. It's just chopped and changed a little bit as the game's gone on, if a bowl seems to be in his way. Very rare are bowls in your way. Now they're only, 4 inches wide.
And he's looking to be narrow here and push, maybe. What's he like? Hasn't got any weight, has he?
No.
And I think if you were skipping then, you might have just said to him, no need to change your hand here. Play here. You nailed it last time. You can get around that. Even if you hit their bowl, it's probably just still going to put your shot up. So, but anyway, he changed his hand, and now he'll play that hand again. Or, well, will he? Because that's now. Yeah. come
the only
round it.
thing is that he does get 2 goes at the hand.
Yeah,
You know, you make the correction from your first bowl on this hand. Pretty hard to do it just with one, like your last bowl, to change your hand and try and jump on. But yeah, he's had 2
that's
goes
a
and he's
good bowl.
corrected really well. It's a
Yeah,
lot
very
better bowl,
good.
that one.
Good work, Alan Cotter. That's your skip had faith in you. He said, no, stay here, mate. Stay on this hand and just put it round here, just past the jack. He's looking at it now to see if he's even got shot. And if he's got shot, then he might have 2 shots. So what do you think the situation there is with that call from Ian Monaghan? Joe, do you think they're...
I think it's just drawn to beat the last bowl of Allen's.
Yeah.
Does look that the black and white one has got the shot. Oh, I don't
Yeah.
see now.
Well, gosh, you know, a 3 here or something would be... turn this into a pretty impressive sort of finale. Yeah.
Depending if that red one's the red disc bowler's second shot, you know, he might be forced to play a bowl that's just under the front one, just to sit him out for 4. Oh,
yeah,
it's a good shot. It's a really good shot. Just taking that option away was there was a shot on for a number.
Too wide this time.
Just looked like Ian signalled that they were 2 down.
Yeah. No change, I don't think, after this one. He now probably can't get round them, can he?
Yeah. A shot to add here.
Come under them might be the story. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's going round. Come in, come in, come in. Don't flick that one in. Measuring for shot. So it is those front bowls.
Maybe Ian was saying they had 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So this one's a shot, yes.
1 down. Gee, it didn't look like it, but it was. Hello, we're going to have another measure. He might be
Ian's
saying,
going
no,
for
I
2.
think it's 2. Yeah. Experienced eyes of Ian Monaghan, and that trusty elastic measure.
Yeah, got that a bit wrong. If this front blue one's a shot, if that's the case, then he probably should have been playing underneath. Just this one black, the black bowl, I think.
No. 1 to Monaghan. Okay, so now it's 14-8. Yep.
Four minutes, 5 minutes to go. It's probably the last end.
Yeah.
So we've done well to get through 17 with a couple of 3 kills.
Monaghan has settled in well on this hand, playing in this direction in particular. He hasn't been far away. He didn't even grit his teeth when they dropped a 4 on the first. There was no need to panic then, and suddenly they were 5-0 down, and then 5-1, and 6-1, and then they scored in 3 consecutive ends. It was 6-4, then 7-4, then single 4. They took the lead for the first time in the 11th end, and they haven't relinquished that.
Ian's been pretty steady, you know. Whilst he hasn't got a lot of touches or front or back touches, he's had a lot within that 2-foot range.
That's perfect, obviously. Yep. Top yours or?
Played this pretty well. That was a good shot.
You can go back if you want, yep.
Just a little bit hunting for the shot, I think.
Yeah. Whistling a bit.
Yeah. Just wanted to finish the game there and then, I think.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's good finish for Alan there. Very pretty handy bowls. So the one thing I do like about the UBC, the Ultimate Bowls Championship that is on in Australia, and you get 3 points for whoever holds the shot when you turn over, and it just gives, you know, the lead. It's a really important 3 points to have, and it just recognises the leads bowls as well, I think, a bit more.
Yeah, and, you know, as we talked earlier about when you're a lead and you're playing against another lead, you know, internally you're running your own little competition, but to get some reward for it like that, it's impressive. I played in one of those at Takaro in Palmerston North, where they ran that similar sort of system, and it was a heck of a lot of fun, except most people struggled to keep keep scores properly. But
with the score,
yeah.
3 points for a toucher, 3 points for a turnover. It's like funny when your skip says with your last bowl of the leads bowls, you know, draw a toucher for 6.
Yeah.
So hang on, we've only played 3 bowls. How can I get 6? But you've got the 3 points for a toucher and the 3 points for the changeover. So yeah, big scoring points
You
for
sort
the
of
game.
need a manager, don't you?
It's funny though, like I've played in a couple of in the first year that it played. I was lucky enough to play for the mighty Weeper Crocs, and you think I was fretting before I left, like, you know, 10 points for first shot and 8 for second, or 8 for, and how am I going to count it all? But yeah, very very quickly you got into the, you know, it's the last bowl you need a toucher and first and second shot to win the game, and you know, pretty quick you can handle it, but just the thought of it was pretty daunting.
Oh, I see. Mightn't have finished yet. Alan Cotter quickly grabs the mat as his skip draws a second shot.
Got it too. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, they're still in. Oh, is that time? Oh, just got it up in time.
Gee. Now take a deep breath, Alan. You did everything right. You got the mat down. You got the jack down now. Just take a breath.
Well, it's impressive that they've got through the 18 ends.
Oh, I didn't think they would. You know, as you said, they killed 2, wasn't it? I think 2 ends they killed.
Yeah.
Oh, and this is a good starter from them too. This game's not over
good
yet.
Start when you need a 4. I think the Palmerston North team have deserved their lead, scoring 11 of the 16 ends. albeit just ones. A lot of them are just ones, but it's just that ticking the scoreboard over.
They probably thought, you know, they can be excused for thinking, well, that's it, we've won this now, we've dropped to 2, but time's up. We'll be picking up the mat now and shaking hands. Oh gosh, they've got the mat down. We're playing another end.
Yeah. Switch back on, you know, it's an important end for both teams. Both need to win this game.
Well, Monahan's tightened his line this time, and just fractionally, and his weight is perfect.
Yeah, good shot.
Yep.
Oopsie.
As long as he's over, it's not a bad bowl, but okay. Just his own bowl maybe in his eye, and he's a bit frustrated with that as Monahan tries to ensure that his team qualifies for post-section or continues to move towards qualification, and he does. Good ball from him.
Pretty good set by Anna Monahan. All 3 bowls are within a couple of feet. 2 real close ones. When you're chasing a 4, whew, it's going to be hard work to get that now. I think they can kill it because they're playing the last end on a time limit game. They can kill it once, I think, and then it gets respotted in the next end. So they do have that option.
Oh, stay on. Oh, he kicked it. Oh,
he's kicked it.
Yeah. It was going into the ditch, and his weight was forward.
I don't know whether it was going the ditch. I think he feels a bit sheepish there. They needed it to stay on to have any sort of a chance, but I think now they're going to struggle to pick up a 4.
Going close, Steve.
Monahan just suggesting to Little that he just covers that back bowl. Puts one down there. Is it going to stay on?
I think he's got to try and kill this. Have another go.
Oh, no. He should turn around to shake hands. Well, it's been an intriguing contest, this. And as I mentioned earlier, it was the team from Whangamata which set the early pace. They scored a 4, but then from then on, apart from a 4 by the opposition, it's been pretty much singles all the way through. And once the Manawatu combination of Monahan and Little got the lead after 11 ends at 10-7, they retained it, and they have gone on to win this match against the Whangamata team of Stephen Hughes and Alan Cotter. Thanks very much, Joe. I think we see you again tomorrow, and have a good rest up tonight. Nothing too exciting. We're going to have a look at some highlights now, and we look forward to your company again tomorrow here from the Somerset Champion of Champions Peers being played in Dunedin.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.